And now we're 4-0. Newport looking to create something here on this possession, trying to answer the first couple possessions. And the three is no good there by number 11, and that's Ava Morin. Lancaster with the possession now. Near misstep there, but they're able to recover. And the shot looks to be no good, but she will get to take a free trip to the charity stripe. Early in this first quarter, it's 6:15 left, just a few minutes gone. And we have a wide open look from Lancaster, but it is no good. So looking at this starting roster for Lancaster, we have Isabella Vallejo. We have number 15, which is Jocelyn Santos, as well as Aaliyah Atherton. Number 23, Shiloh Connor. And we also have, let's see here, so trying to get a look at the numbers. We have number 10, which is Caitlin Costa. So Lancaster's looked to get something here, but didn't quite get it. Just shots coming a little bit short. They've had some good looks so far. Newport with this fast break transition, but we do have a double dribble called here by the official. So now we're going to look at the starting roster for Newport. We got number 1, Issa Gurley. We got Ava Morin, as well as Abby Lynn. Looking more at this roster, also we have Danny Lawson at number 0. And then lastly, I believe we got Abby Bushnell. And so they've been taking the court here early on this game. Newport comes up short on that layup. We got number 23 coming hot on this fast break. Couldn't quite get it, didn't have quite the soft touch. Shiloh avoids the turnover. And I believe that's ref calls it a 3. I believe she had a foot across the line, but it's no good anyway. So we've had a few changes of possession, back and forth. Just the shots not necessarily going right now. And we've had some good looks for both sides of the team. So both teams have been doing great so far at creating shots, creating space for some opportunities. Wide open 3 at the top of the key. And it is good by Caitlin Acosta. That's 3 on the board for her. Scores 7-0 with 4 minutes in this game. Ava Morin coming down the court, looking for an outlet pass. But it is picked off by Caitlin Acosta, who lays it up on the other end of the court. And Lancaster has been pushing this full-court press the last couple possessions. And so, timeout is called by Newport. And I believe it is a full 30-second timeout by Newport. And so Newport just calling a timeout, trying to stop this momentum going on. Still scoreless by them. But, it's only 9-0, early in this game. Game's still wide open, and they just got to work on getting the looks that they're trying to get. A little bit of just some communication going on here from the official and the scoreboard team. But both teams coming off of the timeout. Newport gets ball. And, they've been a little frantic, but that is completely fine, getting these semifinals jitters out. Trying to get a little bit of rhythm on this offensive possession. They've had some good looks. They've just missed a couple shots. And there you have a turnover. Forced to steal by Lancaster. We have a missed 3, but Costa gets her own board and just rattles out. She good looks there, but Newport does get the ball back. A little bit of a lid on the rim today, but Acosta did have a three-pointer shortly ago, and the defense is coming in clutch as of late. And after the turnover, a miss by Aaliyah Atherton, Acosta goes for the shot, can't quite get it there. But you're never going to be upset with just a few missed shots after you're getting all those steals. And just as I say, Acosta gets another steal, and I believe that's 3 steals she has so far in this game. However, Newport does get the ball and does actually get it past half court, and they're looking to set up their offense here. Let's see what they got working. Forgoes the three-pointer and instead goes for that little floater, and that's Abby Lynn with that score. The first points on the board for Newport. And Shiloh rips the ball out from Newport. And neither of them are able to score. Newport getting a new chance, trying to put a little bit of lessen the gap between the scoreboard here. Scores 11-2. We have a sub coming in. Number 4, Gina Clark is coming in for Ava Morin. So a little bit of the reserves coming in, trying to alleviate the starters a little bit, and adding a little bit of energy onto the team after a full rest. And we do have a turnover here. Full court transition does get blocked by the rim. And that steal was by Aaliyah Atherton. At least she's got 1 or 2 steals so far. Newport, good look there. Doesn't quite able to get it in the bucket. But great look there. They haven't had a lack of opportunity. It's just, sometimes the ball doesn't quite get in there. And Shiloh Connor with the little shot off the wing there. And she put some points on there for the Eagles, 13-2. A minute and a half to go left on this first quarter of our semifinal game. And had a nice little part in the Red Sea on that play. Had a little bit of a floater. And they do get the offensive boards. So Newport comes up short on that possession, and Lancaster takes over. And Newport's done a good job at creating looks for themselves. They've been passing the ball good. Hasn't been a ball-dominant, heavy guard play, and they scared the well. I believe that went off Lancaster's foot. Who have a sub coming in for Lancaster, and that's Abby Carlisle. And she's subbing in for Jocelyn Santos. Not able to get it in the rim, and Lancaster comes up with that rebound. No good. No good from that was Aaliyah Atherton. And Newport looking to just drain the clock here with just 10 seconds left. This is looking to be the last possession of this first quarter. And they put it in the middle, and she does get fouled. So this will not be the last possession of this first quarter. And Abby Bushnell draws the foul. Two shots here at the free throw line. And this hasn't really, it's been a pretty clean game so far. Not a lot of fouls. I believe this is just the second pair of free throws that we'll see. And she does get that one to go. So Abby puts another point on the board. And shortly after this make or miss, She does make it. Well, just 2 seconds left, and they look to just drain the clock. And that is the end of the first quarter. Score is Eagles 13, Seahawks 4. And we'll be back with you shortly. And that is the end of the first quarter break. And Lancaster does get the ball to just kick off this second quarter. And so far, Lancaster's built a convincing lead. And they do not quite get there. Lancaster does get the board on the play. And I believe Lancaster is one of the higher seeded teams in this girls bracket. And that's right, they are the #1 seed. So not an easy team to go up against for this Newport team. But Newport does score on that possession. They're getting 6-13. So great look there under the basket. And that's something they've been able to get to. They've been able to get to the paint. And they drew a foul there late in the second quarter there. Lancaster does turn the ball over. And Newport getting another opportunity to tighten the gap here. Looking forward to how Newport sets up their offense. Lancaster continues to do this full-court press, but they are running a 2-3 defense, which is a well-known zone defense that is very popular, works very well in the high school level. And the way to beat that is from those wings, and they've been able to not necessarily get some shots from the wing, but they're able to get that look and create an opening for one of their other teammates. Lancaster calls a foul here. I believe that was Leah Atherton who drew that foul. So this is our third trip to the charity stripe in this game. First foul of the quarter. So the winner of this game, let's see if I can find this bracket here. Winner of this game will be going to the championship round, and they will end up facing the team from the other semifinal round, and that will be determined for one of the other games happening at 11 a.m. Lancaster does get score there, 16-6. Ivy Bushnell has been taking a lot of the ball handling responsibilities for this Newport team. And right now, still setting something up. Looking for a read. Has an open shot. Does get fouled. So has been getting a little sloppier on defense the past couple minutes or so in both these past quarters. This is our second foul just in a few short minutes. I believe it's been a minute or two. First one is good to go by Sophia Rosario. She makes the first one. Second one just rattles off, and Shiloh Connor gets the board there as Aaliyah Atherton takes up the ball. She's been running point for this Lancaster varsity team, which knocked off its JV counterpart in the first round. Newport gets the board. Long rebound. Newport transition. Has a great hesitation move there with a pump fake. Wasn't able to get it, but board is grabbed up and put in the bucket by Newport. So great job not giving up on the play, getting those boards, second chance opportunities. Lancaster comes short there on that possession as Newport gets down the court. Abby Lynn had a look there, but we do have some substitutions. Isa Kilinita coming in. Oh, I'm sorry, that's wrong. That's Meredith Smithy coming in. We do have a double dribble. Meredith Smithy did come in for, I believe, that was not Aaliyah, that was Acosta. Turnover by Newport, and that is Acosta in the game. She did get that steal. Setting up a shot by Acosta, or Atherton. No good. Newport's calling to slow it down. Coach Wheeler looking to get some good looks, applauding the hustle by this team. And she does get hit, and that is with number 5. No, that was Abby Bushnell who got hit on that play. Will be taken out outside. Gets blocked by Shiloh Connor. Lancaster showing some defensive prowess with the steals, and I believe that's the first block of the game that we've had. Casa from 3, no good. Bushnell grabs the board. Looking for the inside feed, scoop, and gets hit. So it has been quite, the team's been getting hacked in this second quarter. And that's Bushnell back at the line with the pair to go. Score 16-9 with just under 4 minutes. Just under 4 minutes to go in this first half. And we've seen a lot of chaos in both of these teams. Is just with the transition, with the steals and the full court press. On the line! And as well as Newport doing pretty good on the offensive side of the boards. I'd be curious to see some of the statistics from this first half. Just a 6-point game. At one point, I believe it was a 13-point game early. I believe it was 13-0 at one point. Shot no good by Mary Smith. Bushnell gets the cross-court pass, dishes it out underneath the basket, and that is Abby Lynn with just a little floater underneath the board. Just a 4-point game. The Seahawks have come storming back, narrowing this lead. Acosta with the 3, and it just rattles out, but she gets her own board. Do believe it got knocked out by White. We do have a timeout, and I believe that is called by Lancaster, or that is called, no, this is called by the Seahawks, by Newport. Full timeout here get some readjustments. And so what we've been seeing from this game is Newport has taken a swing. The momentum has shifted. Newport been able to get some looks from underneath, has had some free throws. They've been getting hit down in the paint, so they've been benefiting from those. While Lancaster has continued to run a fast-paced offense, has got some good looks from three, and they've just haven't been able to get them to go in a lot of times, and they've done an excellent job on just getting, crashing the boards after their shots. And so Lancaster's just looking for a little bit of continuity, trying to maintain this lead. And it has been no short of opportunity. They've done excellent at creating space, setting up their teammates, running a quick transition ball, full court, down on offense. Just not necessarily able to capitalize on some of their turnovers. They've done excellent with their hands, looking for those cross-court passes, picking those off. And that's what they're looking to do here, as we do have Smithy, Acosta, Atherton, and Carlisle, as well as Shiloh Connor in the game. We're running 3 starters here with 2 reserves in. While for Newport, we have Issa Gurley, we got Ava Morin, Lancaster good on the bucket there, as well as Bushnell and Lynn in the game, and Danny Lawson. Another turnover here. Smithy puts it up, rolls off the very top of the backboard. That's 3 offensive rebounds, and it goes in by Atherton. 3 boards there. Great job cracking the board. Scores 20-12 with just 2.5 left in this first half. As Lynn takes it up from the top of the half-court line, dribbling through some of the defenders, puts up a 3 there. Good luck. Doesn't get in. As Acosta down the court dishes it out. Lancaster spreading the wealth out here. Another offensive board. No good. And it is tipped out, and it does stay Lancaster possession. So after the timeout, Lancaster very aggressive on crashing the boards as Smithy takes it out from the bottom of the out-of-bounds line. That's Atherton with a smooth shot from the wing. Straight in. And just like that, we went from a 4-point lead to a 10-point lead. Newport trying to respond, get some of that mojo back. We have a little bit of a little bit of shot clock correction here, and resolution all solved. Lynn with the ball here, tucked away in the corner. A little bit of a hesitation there, which leads to a turnover. Atherton, with a full head of steam, just rolls off of the rim as Coach Wheeler calling for Newport to relax a little bit, just try and get a good look that they want. And that's exactly what they were looking for, as they get a push there. Foul on Atherton on Lancaster Baptist. With just $1:08 left in this first half, we'll be heading to halftime shortly with a back-and-forth game as Abby Lynn does get the first to go. Makes it a 9-point game. And they get their own board, and we do have a double dribble, unfortunately. But I will say, both of these teams have done a great job on the offensive side of the boards. Both teams refusing to give up even though, the shot may not have gone, they've both done a great job at giving second chance opportunities. And we've seen that with Lancaster especially, extending this lead. And more offensive rebounds there. We do have a grab there by Newport. Newport, number 11, that's Ava Morin. So, I'm sorry, that is on Lancaster. Which does put the Seahawks in the bonus. And Ava Morin going down. She was the one who was fouled, not the one who did foul. She'll have a pair at the charity stripe. First one's good to go. Most of these opportunities here at the free throw line have been going 1 for 2, 50%, but a near offensive board. Smithy in the corner looking for a teammate. Did have the shot there, but didn't take it. Another offensive board by Acosta. And I think this game, I've seen more offensive boards than any other game I've been able to see so far, even from their counterparts in the men's bracket. Shot clock off, just 18 seconds left. Another offensive board. I believe that might have been a 2. She might have had a foot over the line, but either way, it's no good. Newport set something up with just a few seconds left. And that should do it. Half-court shot, well short. Can't say for lack of trying, though. I believe that every player loves just a good half-court, last-second chance opportunity to put one in. And that is the end of the first half. Go grab some snack. Go grab some breakfast if you're here on the West Coast. If you're on the East Coast, go grab some lunch or something. So enjoy this short little break we got with just 8 minutes to go before we kick off the second half. Welcome back, everyone. The halftime has just finished up. Heading back in this game, score still 22-13. Eagles up by 9. And not Newport, but Lancaster Baptist will get the ball here after halftime. It is white ball. As right now, we got Jocelyn Santos who takes in the ball. Shot no good by Atherton. White ball after the possession. Atherton coming down the court with the ball. Gonna set up their offense. Acosta drives the paint. Floater no good. And ref calls a travel. There on Abby Bushnell. Just getting a little excited there. Had the look, could have taken it, but you know, sometimes trying to set up your teammates. Lancaster comes to respond. Spreading the ball around. Ball gets knocked around a little bit in the paint by Newport. Great look there defensively. And once again, another travel. A little bit of hesitancy by the Seahawks team. Doing a good job, though, defensively. Has gotten this a few steals. Gotten a pair so far, just in this first minute. Shot no good by Connor there. Had the look. And blocks it out of bounds. Great job there. Responding to that missed shot. Just comes back down, does her job defensively, and swats it. Good resilience there. But Newport does still get the opportunity to score here. Briefly picked off, but let go out of bounds. So Newport, third chance here on this side of the court. And we do have a little bit of result. That's all set, all good to go. Great, just picking little passes there, but does get a turnover as Acosta puts over there and one with the right hand on the left side of the basket with a 3rd point opportunity here. So Lancaster rolling with their full starters outside of Leah Donan, who is in the game, so just one reserve. A steal there, back in the cut by Shiloh Connor, puts this team up by 14 points. This was once just a 4-point game. The deficit has expanded to 14. Newport with a wide open look and wild shot there, but she does get her board. Swatted out of bounds, still Lancaster ball there. Good hands there by Sofia Rosario. See what Lancaster does here. A little bit of contact on the drive. Gets it in. And that is Aaliyah Atherton, who I believe is the leading scorer for this Lancaster Baptist varsity team. 28-13. Acosta goes for the interception there, but misses. Another and one by Acosta. Just throws it up there. laying herself out for that layup. Gets hit on the shot. And that is on Isakilanida, number 5. Number 10, Acosta, the senior, doesn't get it to go. And this Lancaster starter, all the starting roster are all seniors, whereas Newport has a good mix of juniors and seniors. Even, juniors and seniors. Lancaster doesn't get it there, knocks out of bounds by Newport possession. We've seen a scoring barrage here in the second half by Lancaster. Been doing a great job. Continue this full court press. Continue to give Newport problems. They do have 10 seconds to get across half court. And she does dribble out of bounds there with a foot, touches the stripe. So it does result in a turnover there with Vallejo out of bounds. Looking for a little give and go there. Doesn't get it to work. Bushney coming down the court. Or Bushnell, I'm sorry. I apologize. Foul there on Acosta. Side out. Picked off the offensive player's back, and they run down the court. Can't quite get it as Bushnell gets the ball. The ball gets spit out. Atherton short from three-point land. Continue these offensive boards. And there you go. Lancaster does get fouled. And that will be Leah Donan headed to the line. The junior from Lancaster. Junior reserve. First one is good. We do have a substitution as one of the starters comes back in the game. Ava Morin comes in for Abby Bushnell. So starter for starter. Just giving a little bit of rest for Bushnell. This full court press still putting some pressure on this Newport offense. We do have Newport with a few reserves. We do have a backcourt violation by Newport. So Newport been trying to stay alive in this game. Been caught up a little bit on some of these turnovers. We've had some steals. We've had some backcourt violations. We've had some going out of bounds. So Coach Wheeler probably looking to clean up some of these jitters here in the second half. And like that, a near picked off. And it is by Donan. Acosta can't quite get it. Crisis averted as the ball does go out of bounds. So once again, these passes have been continually looking to get picked off, getting stolen. A lot of cross-court passes. And once again, this theme continues as Lancaster's done a fantastic job putting the pressure on this Newport team. Eagles trying to put something together. Connor gets her own rebound. Throws it up, and it goes in. The prayer rattles in the rim. And that is now a 20-point lead. Lancaster, the Eagles, have just exploded in this second half. Great job by both the starters and a few of these bench players who've put in some good minutes, helping out the team. And Acosta intercepts the pass. She's slowing down the team, trying to drain some of this clock in this third quarter. No need to just rush into a shot. And that is in the corner. Atherton no good. Another offensive board. And I think she might have been looking for the foul. I don't think it was there. Another picked off pass there. Put right in by Acosta. And Lancaster has begun to dominate in the second half. Scores 35-13. And that is 12 on 12. That is Donan who hacked Rosario on that play. So Newport gets the ball out of bounds. I think Newport really needs to just try and slow down and try and develop. This is one of the first times in the last couple of possessions where they're able to just get it on this side of the court. They've been having major problems with this full court press. But they do have an opportunity in the half court for something to develop. Newport, there was a near jump ball, but it is a jump ball, but it stays Newport. Eagles once again intercept the pass, and the turnover battle has been a tough one for the Seahawks. This defense really giving them problems. 41 seconds left in this third quarter, and what was once a pretty tight game has resulted in a significant lead on the part of Lancaster. Lancaster putting in, I believe, 2 reserves. We got Meredith Smithy as well as Abby Carlisle are in the game. Newport does get it in. Some life to this Newport team. 20-point deficit now. Lancaster driving the paint, and that is Atherton once again. Just parts the Red Sea from the top of the key all the way down to the cup. Now we got some good passing here. 3, no good. Wide open look, though. So as we finish out this third quarter, buzzer does go off. Teams headed to the benches. Newport looking to make some adjustments here, trying to respond to this full court press that has been an issue. And so we'll be back shortly after this quick break. Grab yourself a snack. Go say hi to someone in the house. And we'll be back. Welcome back after the short break. In this semifinals matchup between these two teams, the Lancaster Baptist School varsity team versus Newport's varsity team. We've had a shift in momentum to Lancaster after the Seahawks came storming back late in the second half. And so after this, I did have a little bit of a clarification. So this semifinals game, because we only had 4 teams in this girl bracket, they will simply replay after this game for the championship round. So both these teams will be playing once again later today, and that will be at 2:30 p.m. here in the Walther Center at West Coast Baptist College during this tip-off tournament. We're glad to have you here. Hope you've enjoyed some of this basketball. Newport gets it good to go. Score 37-17. Just want to thank everyone for hopping on in, especially even those on the West Coast side for being pretty early. 8 a.m. start to this game. And we do want to welcome in everyone from across the country as, you know, maybe if you're on the East Coast, maybe you just like watching some basketball. Whereas both these schools are here from California. Newport Seahawks and the Lancaster Eagles. So we've had a little bit of exchange of possession. We've had a couple steals here in this game, and got a little bound up there. It's 2 players. It does stay Newport ball, blue ball, as Issa Gurley takes in the inbound pass and dishes it back out to Sophia Rosario. Rebound Lancaster, and they had the pass down court, lost possession, which results in a travel. Well, let's see what Newport has on this possession. Looking to score. You know, they haven't really had many opportunities from three-point land, so it hasn't been something we've seen. I'm sorry, Lancaster does get this possession here. And used to last half, Newport was on this side of the court. They do switch after halftime, so now Newport has the ball. A good drive in there, and just tosses it up, bounces off the rim, and still a 20-point difference here. Leah Atherton gets hacked on that layup attempt, so she will be heading to the line once again. Third quarter, much less fouls than actually. I'm sorry, the fourth quarter. This is the first couple fouls we had. Third quarter we did have a good amount of trips to the free throw line, especially early in the second half. So the defense, we've seen this kind of thing has speedily. We've seen it more often. However, Newport driving another board, great offensive board by Newport. It does get stripped away by Acosta, who goes full court, up and in. So we've seen this defense turn into offense for the Eagles. They've done a great job at pushing the pace. And straight nylon. And that is number 4, Gina Clark. Great shot there. I couldn't tell if her foot was on the line. I don't know if that was a 3 or a 2, but nonetheless, great shot there. Lancaster does respond there from Atherton with the layup. Scores 43-21. Lancaster continuing to put the heat on. We have a timeout by Newport. So both teams heading to the huddle. Coaches discussing with their teams. You know, if you're Lancaster, you probably just want to keep playing great defense, keep this full court press going. It has obviously been successful. And Newport trying to huddle, make some adjustments. How are we going to beat this full court press? How how are we going to just keep looking for the open man, or looking for that open player, especially when that happens. You just got to beat him with passes, because you're gonna get more distance covered through passes than just trying to dribble through double teams, dribble through triple teams. So they really just want to look to beat this. Here we'll see what they do here as Newport retains possession. I believe we did have a few substitutions. Jocelyn Santos is in the game for Lancaster. And they do still have 10 seconds to get across. She does get past the defender, and that is number 4, Gina Clark. Overhead pass, and the ditch right there in the paint does fall short, hits the rim. However, they do retain possession of the ball. There was a little bit of I didn't see what foul it was or violation. But Newport does get a second chance at this. We'll see what they got in their bag. We'll see what Coach Wheeler was talking with them, what kind of adjustments they needed to make offensively. And we're going to get 2 shots here. That is number 12. That is Sofia Rosario, who I believe has had a couple opportunities here from the charity stripe. First one's good to go. And we do have a substitution here. Leah Donan comes into the game. Second shot here. We have a violation here. Set past the line. No good. So the official waves it off. So Newport plays a 2-3 defense and does put 1 on the ball carrier. And they do result in the turnover. Not enough there from Rosario. Lancaster gets the ball after a push there called by the ref. With 4:41 left in this game and large deficit, we would have to see an absolute miracle for any sort of comeback here. But you never want to count anything out. But this isn't the end here for Newport, because both these teams are just going to meet each other once again at 2:30 here in the Walker Center for the championship game. And that's for all the marbles here. We've had a great 3 days of tournament. We had the initial pool play for the seeding of both these sides of the tournament. Then we started the knockout round yesterday. Had a lot of basketball going on. And Anthony gets fouled beyond the three-point line. That'll be 3 shots. And that is on Issa Gurley. So Atherton will have a triple here. 3 opportunities. First shot. Just hits the front of the rim. Teammates giving her some encouragement. Second one can't make it either. But she still got 1 more shot. And that one is good to go. So this lead is 22 points. One of the largest leads. It is the largest lead of the game. And if you're Lancaster at this point, you're really just trying to drain this clock. Still a good amount of time left, 4 minutes. So I'm not sure what Coach Urquia has in mind for them, but they've done a great job here. And, with championship aspirations for both these teams, and if this is any indicator, Newport does have a challenge on their hands in the championship round. Hoping to bounce back from this performance. And that possession there is kind of the story of this game. The turnovers have been abundant, and that is recovered, that offensive board, all the way back in the back half. And just off the hands of Santos. So I believe that is right. It will be blue ball. And right now at this point in the game, you know, if you're Newport, you just kind of want to build on something to go into the championship game. You don't want to leave off on a bad note. Maybe they're giving some minutes to their depth. Try and continue developing their younger players, such as you know, you have Issa Gurley, who's a sophomore. You have a few sophomores on this team compared to their senior counterparts in the starting lineup, who have that experience, who have had those years. We have a push, and it's going to go the other way for white ball Lancaster. With just under 3 minutes. And currently, Coach Wheeler for Newport has been given some rest. Abby Lynn, the senior, has been sitting, as well as Abby Bushnell, the senior. Lancaster does score, so continuing to put the heat on. And we got another jump ball. Lancaster keeping up the intensity on this full court press. Jump ball does stay Newport.
Maybe.
So the Seahawks just trying to, you know, put something together for these younger players, as we mentioned. And they did get hit side out. We'll see shortly. It is on Atherton. Acosta coming in the game for Atherton. So starter for starter. This two-headed monster here from Lancaster. Both Atherton and Acosta have been probably their lead scorers. They both have several steals. And that's Sophia Rosario with the bucket. Good to go. And just a Hail Mary there. Just chucks it up by Acosta. And it banks off the back of the board. $1:45 left in this game. So we're coming to a close. And this continued jump balls. Lancaster just not afraid to get their hands dirty. Trying to continue getting some steals, but wrestling over those possessions. And as predicted, we're seeing this Eagles team just kind of passing the ball around, draining a little bit of this clock. See there as they kick it out instead of going back up. And a near backcourt violation. As Acosta just kind of dancing around here. And the bank from the side. Tough angle there by Abby Carlisle. So getting some of the depth involved. And we do have some fans from Lancaster here in the stands watching their team put up a good game. A great game here as game's winding down. Score 50-24, a 26-point win by the Eagles. Both these teams will be facing off each other in the championship round once again. So both these coaches learning a lot from this game. Things to build on. Things to keep doing. What's going right. And Rosario does get knocked there on white number 12. And Smithy subs in for number 12. That's Donan. the sophomore. And that will be the end of the game with just 9 seconds left. Newport Christian just dribbling out the rest of this game. Might put up something, might put up a shot, and that'll be it. Great sportsmanship on both sides. They will see each other again at 2:30, so if you're wanting to tune into that championship round, quick game, went about an hour, so that'll be all from this game. We'll see you shortly as the guys will be playing in the next round for Newport as well. And we'll be signing off. I'm Caleb Yancey. Glad to have you today.
Good luck, mijos. Go, boys. We need more energy. Lock in, guys. Bunnies, bunnies. Nice shot, boys. Go. That was good. Lost so much aura. Energy. Good job, Gabe. Hey, you're good. Let's go. Good job, Gabe. Oh, look at the mic. Nice shot, Kamal. Nice shot, Joseph. Bring that, Jeremy. Yeah. Nice, Declan. Nice shot. Where'd you call me, Kamal? What'd you say? Care Bear. Where you get that from? Where's the heart from there? tried to fade away.
Green beans, green beans. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. You good? Good.
More art, Mitch. No, that was a ball. Did that go in?
Yeah.
No.
I'm kidding. Yeah.
I was like, oh, it's a ball.
Yo, Azor, what line are you in?
That nice shot.
What line are you in? I thought you were in this line.
No, I'm with Matic always.
Layup line?
No, that is 50.
Hey, starters too. Yeah! Alright, starters for second game. Starters for 15 minutes. Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Pay attention. I was saying your name like 3 times.
Shut up! R-E-B-O-U-N-D, rebound.
Alright, you on your legs now?
Yeah.
Layup. if you're free, man, you gotta. Yeah, at least for the guys' championship later, right? Welcome to our first game of the day here in the Walther Center. An exciting matchup between two excellent basketball teams, Newport Christian and Indiana Christian. Indiana Christian, the Whirlwinds in white. Newport Christian, the Seahawks in blue. And Indiana wins the tip here. A little bit of an interesting game. So both teams are playing right now because they won both of their knockout play tournament games yesterday. So both of them took care of business. And so this game is the championship of the winners bracket, but because it's a double elimination tournament, neither team can be eliminated right now. And because both of them played so well yesterday, both of them handling the semifinals by double digits, really just handling business pretty easily, both of these teams probably feel like they're going to see each other later on. Now, you'd rather not have to play at 12:30 if you don't have to. Putting extra minutes on the guy's legs, chance of injury or something like that. But as long as you can handle business against a team that you've beaten before, whether that be Lancaster or Long Beach playing right now in the Student Life Center gym, then you're going to get back to tonight's 8 p.m. Pacific Time Men's Championship. And so a lot to play for, but not the kind of do-or-die stakes that Lancaster and Long Beach are facing right now elsewhere on this campus. So really what we're looking for today is style, see how each team looks to attack each other, and to see if they can find something, even with maybe fewer starters playing, that will help them be able to optimize for success later on today. On the court right now, we've got Jack Tucker, number 1, bringing it up. Number 15, Porter Pugh, swinging it over to 24, Andrew Gilbert. We've got Braden Webb, 22, on the court for Indiana as well. Goes up and fights for that board is Braden Webb. Mentioned just about everyone here so far. Andrew Gilbert, Porter Blue, Braden Webb, Jack Tucker here on the court for Indiana, along with Ethan Ainsworth, who you saw defending right there. On the Seahawks side of things, from Newport, typically a team that doesn't lean heavily into their subs. They do have a couple of them that they will play, but it's a team that more so relies on their starting lineup. We've got Moses Jimenez, Blaine McDonald, number 22 contesting there, Nick Garcelle, ending up with the ball right now that you can see. Number 12, Hayden Godby, driving the ball. And number 23, Joseph Killanita, over to the left. And so, more of a bench-on-bench matchup here. You can see some of the starters for Newport behind their bench right now, watching. A lot to take away from this game. Caden Godby, a bench player for Newport, caught fire in their game against Calvary, Pennsylvania yesterday, hitting, I believe, 3 straight threes and 4 1/4. So a lot of talent up and down this roster, but it's not the starter talent that Newport obviously would typically start. Saving those guys for later in the game. We've got number 23, Drew Ainsworth, getting ready to come in for this one here. Indiana out to a 4-0 lead, and we'll stay focused on this game's action itself, but kind of setting up some of what we're looking at here. Flash by Joseph Killanita, the senior on this side. 4-1 is the score, about 3 minutes into this one. Killanita lining up for the second. And misses that one. Board falls. And yet Godby comes away with it. Back to Newport. Garcelle driving. Gets tied up. They might have seen the ball only from that angle. Ref was over there. Looked like just trying to tie him up and force him to earn it at the line. We got a timeout over here by Newport. 4:42 left in the first quarter. 4-1, the Whirlwinds leading the Seahawks at this point. And both sides took care of business last night, gearing up for what likely is going to be a third matchup between these two teams, but with the highest stakes yet. They faced each other in pool play. They're seeing each other this morning. If all goes according to what you would anticipate, they'll see each other a final time tonight. But that game will depend on the 12:30 p.m. Pacific time result. The loser of this game and the winner of Lancaster Long Beach will play at 12:30 right back here in the WAC. Godby bringing it up. Killanita coming across. Now it's over to Jimenez. And looking for McDonald inside. It's a little low there. Godby and Jimenez, top line of the defense here. Now over to Braden Webb. Swings around to Andrew Gilbert. Now back to Tucker, and good ball movement around the perimeter here. Indiana has kind of a lot of interchangeable pieces, but in the most complimentary way. It's not that, none of them bring anything to the table, but that a lot of them do. And yet we've got a tough Newport team here as well. And Godby swings it out to Killanita, pulls up for three, just a little bit out, and tapped away. Jack Tucker, the junior, a typical starter for this Indiana team, just lets that one go as it's going to stay Indiana's ball. Still 4-1, a little bit over halfway through this first quarter. And we've got Alex Thatcher checking into this game, number 24 down by the hoop. We've got 13, Azure Wills. Tucker pulls up, and a little bit off there. Webb goes up and will have the opportunity to earn two from the line. And so a little bit of contrast in styles. Coach Thompson of Newport Beach hasn't played any of his typical starters yet here. Coach Stevens of Indiana has a couple of starters and rotation guys in, and he's mixing and matching more than he would in a must-win game, but hasn't gone full-on bench mob like Newport. But both teams doing what they see best for their hopeful later meeting. Webb hit the first, misses the second. Godby is going to try to knock that one away, and some contact sends Drew Ainsworth into the bench, but doesn't look like he's suffered anything from that. Popped back up. Both sides playing with the intensity there, right? Ainsworth trying to chase that one down, ends up going into Newport's bench for that. You don't do that if you are playing like you have nothing to win, even though in terms of elimination from the tournament, both teams have nothing to lose. 5-1, about 5 minutes into this one, and we're going to see Aiden Lehman come into this game for Andrew Gilbert. Webb inbounds to Tucker, and Tucker is going to bring it out. No real full court pressure on this one. Godby steps out a little past the three-point line. Open in the corner is number 13, Aiden Lehman. Checks into the game and starts range testing. Not quite able to get that one there, and knocked away on the drive. Godby comes down with it. Killanita now. And Godby from distance. And not able to get that one. Coach Thompson calling off the bench to him. He said, hey, you know what happens after the air ball? We got 4 straight, so a lot of belief in him, but Tucker now swinging it to Webb. Webb looking down at Gavin Lehman in the corner. Trying to work into the post, goes up, can't get it to go. Fighting by Tucker, and he's going to pass that one off Kilinita to retain possession for the Whirlwinds in white down here on Indiana's attacking side of the court. Webb inside gets it, loses it, in part because of an on-the-floor foul. Foul's called against Godby, and the Whirlwinds now lining up from the other side of the court. Webb gets the opportunity but can't get it to fall. Kilinita now pushing it. A 1-on-5 fast break, but Indiana saw the numeric advantage, probably didn't anticipate he was going to push it like that, and so he was able to go coast to coast and finish. Tucker to Webb, who now surveys. And Newport forcing another turnover here. Garcelle on the run. Can he tie this one? And the swooping shot is not going to go, but the ref's going to call a foul there. And Garcelle will have the opportunity to tie this one up from the line. It's 5-3 here, about a minute and a half left in the first. And almost looks like he was going to be able to bank it in, but the miss there keeps Indiana's margin at 2. Eyes up a second, and he'll rattle that one home. 5-4, 1:33 left in the first. Indiana leading by the slimmest of margins in a passionate, certainly in execution, but calm a little bit more in terms of pace type of first quarter. Both teams trying a little bit less to do the most, as opposed to trying to do it as well as possible, ironing out any wrinkles before whatever future game they face. Ball is up but not down, and Kilinita ends up with it. Godby has a man on his back. He's going to try to go all the way in, can't get the spin to go, and pushing back the other direction is going to be number 14 for Indiana, Ethan Ainsworth. It's now back to Ainsworth, and Tucker dancing on the left. And from the corner, Drew Ainsworth is going to get the first shot from distance for either team here in the first quarter. Got right about 10 seconds difference between the shot clock and game clock. 40 seconds on the game clock when this possession began. Garcelle thinks about it. Sorry, rather Wills. And this is coming back down. Ethan Ainsworth surveying. Can he find his guy? He finds Aiden Lehman. Goes up. Feels like he saw some contact there. Looks like he came in a second late, but not surprising. Aiden Lehman, a chance to earn 2 at the line. Indiana up 8-4. There is 17.8 here. And so an opportunity for Newport. Either should both free throws be made, or rather the second be made, or if they're able to get the board, were there another miss by Aiden Lehman. 17.8, plenty to work with here. No massive need to rush it. They've got the opportunity to do what they need to do after Lehman splits a pair. Godby bringing it up, 17.8. Shot clock is off. 9-4 is the first quarter in this feeling out kind of game. Kilinita gets it with 8 and drives gets all the way down and inside, can't get it to go. Will Indiana get a shot up and sails it over the backcourt? Over the backboard on the three-quarters court heave. 9-4 is the first quarter. We'll be back with you in a second. And back into the second quarter we go. Indiana pulling up from the corner. And that's going to bounce around among the hands, but Caden Godby is going to get it and lead Nick Garcelle just a little bit too much on that pass. 9-4, Indiana with the ball in the lead. And saw a foul on the floor. Number 12, Gavin Lehman, the freshman, getting that one against him as he drove. And we've got space here. Can Godby finish? Yes, he can. 9-6 as the Seahawks draw first blood here in the second quarter. Working his way inside, even through a bit of contact, not enough to call a foul, but certainly he didn't have a completely unimpeded waltz, is the junior Jensen Arnett. And so a good drive for him, 11-6, about a minute into the second here. Number 1, Kiernan Flaherty with the drive. Andrew Ainsworth with the board. Now Arnett. And Arnett, we called this out in yesterday's game for Indiana. He likes looking for these kind of interior passes. He's not someone who is only looking to swing it around the perimeter, but wants to try to get inside. Kilanita gets inside by putting his head down and driving. That'll make it 13-8. And a little miscommunication on that one. Garcelle is on the run. He tries to swing it out to Godby, but that one's read by number 23, Drew Ainsworth. Arnett goes inside with it. Ethan Ainsworth finishes on the other end, and we're at 15-8, about 2 minutes into the second quarter here. Godby now surveying for Flaherty. Kilanita tries to get onto his right again. The drive worked last time. Stopped up a little bit further out that time, not quite able to find the angle to get it in. We're going to have a timeout called by Indiana. It's going to be 15-8. 5:43 left here in the second quarter. And as Indiana is rotating through, arguably the deepest team here at the tournament this season. It's a team that is able to consistently bring players off the bench and make an impact. And as Newport is entirely playing bench guys so far, sometimes role player kind of has this implication of a bit of a negative thing. Yeah, these are players who have a role on the team. They have a way that they contribute to this team. It's just usually not soaking up starters' minutes, usually. And yet we see that here, they're getting some minutes in, getting some run in, getting warmed up for their opportunity to contribute later on in this tournament. Playing pretty well so far, although Indiana with what you have to say is a deserved lead. Ethan Ainsworth not quite able to finish. Jensen Arnett does, though. And we're seeing a press for the first time in this game. 2 were drawn onto the inbound, which left opportunity as long as Godby could get the pass out, which he did. Garcelle to Killanita. Swerves both directions around the pick and is going to pick up the foul here. 17-8 the score in still the early stages of the second quarter. Godby working. Not quite able to get that one to go. And Lehman's going to be bringing it down the court. Some ball movement by dribbling and passing. Arnett gets it. Now out to the corner. A little bit short. Neither team has quite been able to find their range from the corner so far in this one. And Coach Thompson calls timeout. Killanita trying to present a passing option to the freshman Flaherty as he hit the deck. But with the defender there, didn't quite open up for him, and so they'll take the timeout. Probably not the game that you are going to be drawing up those out-of-timeout plays, you know, really trying to cue up that perfect look or anything like that. It's more a game about rhythm and staying sharp than about, you know, burning your go-to set for an open shot. And so takes the timeout here. Garcelle to Godby. A little bit of soft pressure going on here, enough to make you think. Not enough to put any of the full court guys in real danger of fouling. We've got a couple of subs potentially coming in a second for the Seahawks of Newport Beach. As Killanita dribbling around. We've got 9 on the shot clock before the turnover there. Ethan Ainsworth on the run. It's going to get knocked away. And we're going to have number 13, Azure Wills, and number 10, Jack Wilson, come in for Garcelle Flaherty. Braden Webb looking for the inbound. Pulls from the corner. Not able to get it. Killanita is now running. He's got some options. Can he finish? Knocked away. Stays with Newport. And Jack Wilson has just checked in. Inbounds it. And Will's not able to hit there. Bounces around. And number 23, Drew Ainsworth, comes down with it. Webb thinks about the 3. Now he's got the drive. Kicks it over. Arnett from the side. A little deep on that one. And it's coming back down Newport's direction. Can't get it to go amidst contact. And so now Wills will have a chance to earn 2 at the line. Score is 17-8. 3:18 left here in the second quarter. Wills with a chance to push Newport into double digits with these free throws. Easy make on the first. Aiden Lehman checking in for Ethan Ainsworth. And Wills eyes up his second here. Rattles out, but the board keeps Newport on this side of the court. Killanita from 3, banks it in, and it is 17-12 here with 3:07 left in the second quarter. A bit of a 4-point play, that trip down the court, right? Good battle for the ball. And not able to get something there. 23, Ainsworth heading down. Looked like they were maybe seeing numbers, but Newport able to slow it down. Arnett. And from about the free throw line, but amidst the defensive pressure, and now Godby with a chance to run. And that one just can't go. And is going to stay with Newport. 2:30 in the second, 17-12. It's been a good game so far, clean game so far. Godby working down low. Wilson thinking about it against Webb, now finds Killanita in a bit of space, who works against Arnett. Godby from 3, a little bit to the left, and Gilbert comes away with the board and brings it down the court. Miscommunication. One thought that he was cutting, one thought that he was staying. Wills gets the man up and saw a little bit of sliding as it was happening. Shot blocked, but it was going to be Indiana's anyway, but a nice incisive pass on the fast break. And those are the things that each side is trying to find. Hey, how much room do you need? How much zip do you need to be able to get that pass there on the fast break? When should you throw? When should you keep it yourself? Just ironing out those little wrinkles, calibrating those little adjustments in light of what both teams hope will be a third matchup here between these two. And you could hear Coach Stevens calling for timeout as Aiden Lehman hit the deck fighting for it. The jump ball call came in just before it. And so it's going to be the Seahawks ball working their way down the court. Newport Christian, the Seahawks in blue with 12 points. Indiana Christian, the Whirlwinds in white with 17 points. About a minute and a half left in this second quarter. Aiden Lehman comes back. He'll inbound to Jack Tucker. A pair of juniors in the backcourt for Indiana. And ball comes in to Tucker, who faces Jimenez and Wilson up top. Tucker looks off of Webb, tries to get it in himself. Wilson comes in for the contact, and that will be a trip to the line for number 1 for Indiana, Jack Tucker. Couple possessions left in this first half. We've got 118. Tucker misses the first. We've got Porter Plew, the senior, coming in for Aiden Lehman. 5-point lead for Indiana can become 6 if they can hit this here. And looking at a couple of more possessions after this. Godby steps out and gets it into Wills. Indiana threw a little bit of full court pressure at the Seahawks earlier in this quarter, but not really thinking about it right now. Wills tries to turn the quarter, nicked away by Porter Plew, and yet it will remain on the Seahawks side. 18-12, 104 left in the second. Knocked away from McDonald, but it'll remain down on Newport's side of things. Godby with a little bit of space, though he's closed out quickly enough by Ainsworth. Jimenez and Wilson on the same side. And looking for their best options. Godby presents. He's going to have to go up fairly quickly. And can't quite get the bank. Good board by McDonald. And gets that one to go from inside. 18-14. About 3-4 seconds difference between the clocks. Indiana knows they won't be able to milk it all the way down, and so pulls up. Gets the offensive board, and now they'll have an opportunity. Pulls up again, and Porter Plew from the corner. Indiana certainly tried to hit from there, hadn't been able to find it as effectively earlier in this one. Wills now working, sees a pick. He's going to pull up from there. A little bit deep, and now Tucker will have about 6 seconds to see what he can get going. And high and left. No buzzer beating points here, and so 21-14 is our score at the half. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes. Indiana 21, Newport Beach 14. And getting ready to start the third quarter of this game, we've got Indiana Christian, the Whirlwinds in white, Newport Christian, the Seahawks in navy blue, and Indiana with the 7-point lead at the half. If you're just joining us, maybe you're on the East Coast taking your lunch now and checking in on your guys from Indiana or whatever the case might be. Just a reminder, both of these teams have looked real good in working their way through the bracket. Ethan Ainsworth hits from outside to open the scoring in the third quarter. And since neither team has lost in the bracket portion of play, neither team can be eliminated right now as it's a double elimination tournament. So the winner, Indiana Christian, were this result to hold, won't play again until 8 p.m. Pacific time tonight. Good drive by Jimenez, but not able to get it. The winner won't play again until 8 p.m. Pacific tonight. The loser will have to play again at 12:30. Jack Tucker slicing inside for the bucket. And yet either opponent at 12:30, the winner of the Lancaster versus Long Beach matchup in our SLC gym right now, both of them are teams that probably either of these rosters feel like they can handle. Indiana really found their rhythm last night against Long Beach, and Newport took care of Lancaster pretty handily themselves. And so in either event, either team has to feel fairly good about their options. And so Newport hasn't played any of their regular starters yet. This is a game to test things out, keep the bench guys in rhythm, and make it out without injury. Jimenez gets it over to his left, looking at Kilanita. But Jimenez working it around right now. 21 on the shot clock. Nice inside feed to Godby. Looked like you'd probably assume Godby was swinging out for a three, but good mind meld between the bench players. As Newport able to get their first bucket of the third quarter. And a board here by number 15, Porter Blue. Contact makes it hit the deck.
Watch corner, coming in.
And we're going to see Blue now looking for a teammate. Tucker works around the pressure. Ainsworth not able to get the finish. 26-16. Couple minutes here into the third quarter. Wills running it for Newport. Godby from three. A little bit deep there, and Webb is going to pull down that board to finish it. Ooh, a nifty pass there by Ainsworth. Tucker not quite able to finish that. Little lefty pass low. Cut out a couple of defenders, but maybe a hair low for Tucker to be able to pull it up effectively on his miss. Kilanita tries to finish on his offside. Can't get it. Ainsworth up, down for three, as Ethan Ainsworth, the sophomore starter for the Whirlwinds, will nail that one there. 29-16, 7 at the half, turns into 13 here in the early going, as Indiana has stayed with kind of a mixture of starters and reserves. Newport has stayed with their bench-only lineup, but Kilanita works his way through and finishes well there. Tucker finds Ainsworth.
Line up.
And whistle comes in late on that one. Ainsworth heading to the line for two.
All right, here we go. Two shots.
We've got number 13, Aiden Lehman, getting ready to check in, and he'll be joined by 23, Drew Ainsworth. Braden Webb and Porter Blue checking out for the moment.
Release, gentlemen. One shot.
And wrong basket basket by Alex Thatcher. Got a little turned around there on the free throw rebound. And Azure Wills bring the ball up here. Godby working in the corner. Now is going to get almost a nice little sky hook. Tries to come up with his offhand, get a little roll, and we'll get that one in, 32-20. Here as we come up on the halfway point of the third quarter. Knocked away as Ainsworth tries to drive. And Godby gets a foul. We've got 4 Newport members, and Kilanita will be the one man staying on the court. The others will be subbing out. And the bucket there by Andrew Gilbert. We've got McDonald, Garcelle, Kilanita, Flaherty, and Wilson on the court here. And rotating around, but finally falling, is Kilanita's layup. 34-22 here in this one. Tapped away well by the freshman. Indiana keeps it. Good closeout by McDonald. It'll stay on Indiana's side of things as Jensen Arnett checks in for Jack Tucker. And so it's Indiana's ball down on the baseline. Looking around, 23, finds it, can't quite land it, and McDonald gets the board, finds Kilanita, and Newport is moving. Tapped away, they're gonna reset in the half court. Garcelle looking at it. Kilanita holds it. And they're gonna call moving screen here. Returning possession to Indy. Ethan Ainsworth and Jensen Arnett in the backcourt. Andrew Gilbert from outside is going to nail it. From distance. Got the Seahawks now working in the half court. Indiana looked at pressing a little bit in the second quarter, but by and large has stayed in their half court set. Kilanita getting to the left side, finishing, and a chance for a 3-point play. Gavin Lehman coming in now for Indiana. And Ethan Ainsworth will check out. So right now, there are no starters in the game for Indiana. They've typically, throughout much of this game, had at least one in. And yet right now, with Gavin Lehman, Drew Ainsworth, Aiden Lehman, Jensen Arnett, and Andrew Gilbert, none of their typical starters are on the floor. Now, we've mentioned throughout that Indiana does more rotation. These are names that we've heard even in arguably more meaningful games, and yet this is the first time that we've seen a 5-on-5 bench lineup in this game, at least as memory serves. Ainsworth gets to his left and finishes 39-25, 2.5 left in the third quarter. Garcelle gets it to Kilanita, who now goes down his right. He's worked down the left a couple of times, and now on his right. That's the sort of thing you want to see in this game. Again, Newport doesn't use a lot of subs, but Kilanita is one that they will bring off the bench. And so him being able to find his touch working in either direction, good sign for the Seahawks. Andrew Gilbert finding his touch from the far corner. The counterpunch for Indiana. Garcelle looking at his options. There's a pick. And Wilson pushes down inside. Gets stopped up and even looks like a little bit with his momentum, then carrying him into the travel. Just feeling things out here are both sides. Gavin Lehman bringing it up. Arnett shakes, drives, finishes. 44-27 is your score with a minute and change left here in the third quarter. Garcelle works down. Can he get it? Gets the whistle. And a chance to earn two from the line. First one rims out for Garcelle. Opportunity here for the second. That's up and down. Garcelle splits the pair. Arnett tries to get it inside. And the two-handed finish by Andrew Gilbert. He'd stepped out and hit a three a couple possessions back, now cuts inside. Both teams trying to get their players comfortable with all that they can. A little bit deep there by Wilson, as Indiana's going to get it back with 40.4. And so just over 5 difference. See how much they decide to bleed this down. Arnett now looking at his options. Gets over to Lehman. Lehman's going to get fouled there, and so with 26.6, the shot clock will turn off. Gavin Lehman, the only freshman on this Indiana roster, hits the first. Takes a breath. And can't get the second to go, but gets his own board. Shot clock off, but he's going to pull right away. Misses the three. Newport with the ball. Tapped away by Indiana. And so with 14, they're going to have it coming back. Gavin Lehman working up with the ball. 2 to his right, 2 to his left. Jensen Arnett looks at the drive. And is going to get wrapped up here. It's going to be on the floor. And so Indy with 6.6. And is not going to be on there. It's on the floor, but we're going to be into the bonus, and so Arnett's going to go for 2 shots here. Splashes the first. And Arnett hits it. 6.6. Clock is moving. Garcelle is moving. Can he get a shot up? He's going to have to fire. He gets it and hits it. And a nice finish to a quarter. Good quarter by Killanita. Score favors Indiana, but again, both sides just kind of feeling each other out here. 49-31, heading into the fourth. 8 more minutes of this one. If we assume that this score holds, Newport will play at 12:30, facing the winner of a Lancaster Baptist versus Long Beach game going on right now in our SLC gym. And so if these teams want to play a nice foul-free fourth quarter, keep everything moving, I will hopefully be able to go run over and see the end of that do-or-die game over there. If we are looking at the rest of today's schedule, at 11 o'clock, we are going to have the title match qualification game for the ladies bracket. Lancaster's varsity won earlier today to lock up their spot in the final. One more spot in the final up for grabs. Newport's ladies will look to bounce back and earn a rematch. At 12:30, we are going to have the guys' title game qualification match. Were this result to hold, Newport will be in that, again against the Lancaster versus Long Beach winner. 2:30 will be our ladies' title game. 6 p.m. tonight, a college game. 8 p.m. tonight, the guys' championship game. And so, you know what? I apologize if you are on the East Coast and are going to have to be staying up late tonight for some of these matchups. But I think we can promise some good basketball. The way that we've seen Indiana play throughout this tournament, including today, the way Newport has played when they've needed to rise to the occasion, and even while neither team is probably playing at 100% intensity, for an entirely bench lineup for Newport, they've still acquitted themselves well. There's still been some good play here by them. If they are able to earn their way into the rematch, then they're certainly going to be excited about the opportunity there. Good finish by 24, Andrew Gilbert, as Wills brings it up the court. He's got the opportunity for the pick by Thatcher. Ends up with Godby, Jimenez. Thatcher with another pick here, trying to split the zone look that Indiana is offering. But Godby can't quite find the range he had yesterday. And we're going to have Lehman away. Ends up with numbers, even despite Newport's defensive efforts. That'll miss there by Arnett. And it's going to be running is Newport's Caden Godby. Godby inside, doesn't get the contact there on that drive. Drew Ainsworth now over to Gavin Lehman. Finds Arnett. Works down inside. Tough attempt by Aiden Lehman. And looks like they're going to ring up an offensive foul. Will's going to be inbounding here on Newport's side of things. 51-31, 6 minutes left in this one. Lehman picks up his third, but with just 1 quarter to go, probably not going to be any kind of an issue. Will surveys up top. Now gets to his left. Gets it out amidst some contact. Arnett, a little bit too much momentum. Can't quite finish, but Gavin Lehman swoops in to clean that one up. Jimenez and Wills interchanging here early on. Newport setting up a play here. There hasn't been a lot so far in the way of really specific looks. Jimenez a little bit deep on that. But we're able to create a nice open opportunity. Passing it around is Indiana. Lehman gets his defender up. And Aiden Lehman able to pick up the foul on that attempt. .5:15 left in this one, 53-31. Both sides focusing on execution in this game. Aiden Lehman hits his first. Got one more opportunity for him here. Hits his second. And Godby inbounds to Wills. Caden hits from distance, and he's definitely got range in his arsenal. Hadn't quite been able to get it to go yet today, and so you know that he feels good about being able to get that one back. Aiden Lehman with the turnover. Newport running the back. Wills to Jimenez in the corner, and a little bit deep is that one. The Lehman brothers passing among themselves there. Gavin splits a bit of a double. Andrew Gilbert keeps the ball moving. Ends up in the corner with Jensen Arnett. And it's going to come back to Aiden Lehman, who's going to get it to go. 57-34, a little bit over 4 minutes left in this one. Indiana with one of the longer breaks in the tournament for a team playing multiple games in a day, as they go from the second game of the day, first guys game of the day, into as late of a tip-off time as anyone has in this tournament. Andrew Gilbert hitting from outside. And so a little bit of the calculus, right? Do you want that bit of extra rest? Do you want to maybe play a little bit more, stay a little bit more in rhythm? Indiana leaning one way, Newport leaning the other. And Wills gets it to the corner. Not going to be able to go. Here's Tristan Neal's attempt. Gavin Lehman working his way through. Ends up more as a pass than anything. I don't know if that was the intent, but it worked out. Azure Wills gets it. Godby short on that one. And we've seen a fairly high level of focus on in this matchup. But you can tell in the fourth quarter here, right? Both teams know what's up with this game. And you just want to get out of here. No injuries, no issues. See a timeout. We got some substitutions going on. Indiana hasn't dug deep into their bench, but it's possible that you would see some of that happening now. They're going to keep about the same kind of lineup out there. The Lehman brothers, Ethan Ainsworth, Drew Ainsworth, and Jensen Arnett. Drew to Ethan, and gets that one to go. Rather, Andrew Gilbert gets that one to go. Wills looking for a pick. Gearing up from outside. Godby gets it here. Killanita check back into the game. Just a little bit more control here from Newport's side of things. McDonald gets rung up for moving the screen on that one. 63-34. We've got Ethan Ainsworth coming in for Andrew Gilbert. Gilbert's hit a couple of threes across this game, but a big reaction from his bench after that last one. I don't know if that is a season milestone, maybe a career milestone in scoring, something like that, but definitely you can tell his teammates excited for him. 2 and change left in this one. Margin is 29 right now. The drive by Arnett gets over the attempted block by Killanita. Godby working around McDonald's pick. Pulls up from about the free throw line and hits it. Lehman bringing it back up for the Whirlwinds. Swinging that one around. Ending up back with Arnett. Gets the man up. Looks at the drive. Now back out to Gavin Lehman. Fires that one through and finds the sophomore Ethan Ainsworth, who finishes that one cleanly. 67-36. Minute and a half to go. Killanita for 3. A little bit to the right. And Indiana is going to be bringing this one back up. Well, got 2 or 3 more possessions in this one. And they're going to call foul there. Aiden Lehman heading to the line for 2. And Kilanita is going to be checking out of this game. Rather, Blaine McDonald checking out of this game. Kilanita was signaling 5. And Indiana definitely been digging a lot deeper into their bench here. Some of the guys that I've got marked as starting another one had been seen at some different points. I've seen Jack Tucker, Ethan Ainsworth on the court at some points. And yet, Kyle Stevens, Jake Gilbert, some of the go-to starters here for Indiana haven't been on the court yet. And so that Indiana depth has played in their favor, but even so, looking at this more as an opportunity to get some rest. Good feed, though. And Aiden Lehman dishing nicely there. Kilanita with the drive, Kilanita with the finish. 70-38. Godby looking to finish here, can't get it, gets the board back though. And just seeing this one out, 70-40 is the current score. Both sides working hard, right? Every player that was on the court here in this game can be proud of the effort that they put in, but both sides clearly saving their starters, saving their highest level of effort for the rematch that we're going to have later. 70-40 is the final. Indiana and Newport just seeing this one out. Newport plays at 12:30 against the winner of Lancaster Long Beach. Indiana moves into the final. They've taken the first 2 rounds, first in pool play, second today, but the third round is the one that everyone has their eyes on. Looking forward to a great game this afternoon as we see Newport again, this evening as we see Indiana, and possibly Newport again as well. We'll be back on at 11 a.m. Pacific time, bringing you the ladies' qualification for the title game. We'll catch you then.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Walters Center. Had a short break between the last game. If you were here with us this morning at 8 a.m., we had one of these teams, which was the Seahawks, Newport. The Newport played Lancaster Baptist early this morning, and I was incorrect in saying that they would just repeat for the championship game at 2:30. I was incorrect. This game is happening now. This game will determine the third place, and the winner of this goes to the championship. So whoever wins this game will be playing Lancaster Baptist in the girls' championship here at the tip-off. And Newport wins the tip-off. Getting us started, first thing we have is a turnover here. Good hands there by First Baptist. They are the defenders. Starting for this defender team, we have number 33, Natalie Livengood. We have number 23, Isabel Hernandez. We have number 13, Elizabeth Rice. We have number 12, Gabby Reynoso. And then we have Angelina Malik, number 5, starting for this team. We have a travel call by the official. Next time we'll look at Newport starters, which is Danny Lawson. We have, she is number 0. I apologize. Looks like, oh no, we have here Danny Lawson, number 0. Issa Gurley, number 1. Abby Lynn, number 2. Ava Moore, 11. And Abby Bushnell, number 13. So it looks like they'll be rolling out the same lineup as the semifinal game against Lancaster Baptist. And so far, still 0-0. The defenders grab their own board, fighting for another chance, and that is a good bucket there by Gabby Reynoso. Nothing but net. First score of the game. As this game, as we mentioned previously, this game will determine. It will determine who will be in the championship game at 2:30 today. I'm Caleb Yancey, back on the mic. I was with you guys earlier at the 8 o'clock game, and right there we have a good bucket by Ava Morin, number 11, and that was a three-pointer. So starting off this game with some shooting, and we'll see how this game continues to unfold. Bucket no good by Natalie Livengood. Great mid-range floater there through the step through. That's Abby Lynn. That puts the game 5-2. After that three-pointer, he hits the short-range floater. Dribbles it off the foot here on the defenders, trying to set up their offense. A little bit of movement and a little bit of miscommunication on that play. But it's all good as they're attempted to drive there, turned into a turnover. Fast break. No good. Gets their own board. And that's Ava Morin on that shot. And off of the rebound, it stays Newport basketball. 5-2. And Ava Morin underneath the basket as they stack up. And great pitch there. I mean, that's just butter at that point. That is just easy buckets there by Abby Lynn. Just get it to the tall person and just put it right in. I mean, it's as simple as that. And honestly, that's exactly how you want to execute that underneath the basket stack. And so a near turnover here as the defenders are trying to get a good look, getting a trap in the corner, and it does result into a turnover executed by Bushnell. And we have another turnover. And we've seen this theme early in this first quarter, just trying to get hands on this ball and even passing it off of the back. But they still retain their possession. And both the teams just executing defensively with the turnovers, having active hands. And that's a free throw pretty much, but the bank was not kind and just bounces off the rim a little bit there. So Abilene brings up, splits the defense, and just lays it up. I mean, smooth like butter on that one, and it is 9-2. Newport leading. And that is Isabel Hernandez passing it up, and you got a free layup there, and that is number 12, Gabby Reynoso, putting it 4-9, just a 5-point deficit early in this first quarter. 3:30 left. And we have seen great paint play so far in this game. We had just one or two maybe jump shots, but most of the teams able to just get that penetration, get to the cup, and it's kickball out here. Ref says a double dribble, but right now it is now Newport basketball. Abilene taking up the ball. She's been taking up these point guard responsibilities, and she finds down right at the baseline. That is I'm sorry, that is Danny Lawson, but it is black ball, as the referee said. So the defenders bringing up the ball, trying to set up some looks, and they've been getting them. Just as they continue to share the wealth, trying to spread this ball around, and that is, I believe, a three-pointer. No good. And Danny Lawson on the rebound. And once again, just kind of getting to her spot, Abby Lynn. That time was no good, but it's been working. And look at that. A little bit softer on some of these finishes, but we are having fast break galore with the Euro step up and over. No good, but gets 2 offensive rebounds. Kicks it back to the 3. No good. So right now just trying to execute a little better. I mean, both these teams are doing what they want offensively. Shots just don't seem to be falling quite yet early in this first quarter. So now we have, see if one of these teams, and we have the same exact play as about 2 possessions ago. Danny Lawson wide open in the low post, and all she has to do is just throw it up there. And that's one of the easier buckets you're going to get today from either of these teams. We have a clear jump shot. Hits high off the backboard. Not exactly what they're looking for. Now we got a wide open layup with the cross-court pass across a Walmart parking lot pretty much. That's how far she threw that thing. And all she had to do was just toss it up there in the rim. And they've been getting some of these easy buckets in the low post. And defenders trying to get something going. And lit on the rim right now. But still pretty early in this game as we conclude the first quarter. Still got 3 more to go. And there is a 3 there by Ava Morin. Straight nylon. Nothing but net. 40 seconds left in the first quarter. The score is 16-4. Seahawks quickly walking away in this first quarter. And the ref says it is off of black, so it will be white ball. Probably trying to aim to eat out this clock as Abby Lynn takes her time up the court. And Newport probably trying to see this as the last. I speak too soon, so. Wide open shot. Bushnell gets right in there, right in the paint. And we've seen some breakdowns in coverage in the paint as of late in this first quarter. And Newport responds, First Baptist responds at the buzzer. Puts it in by the senior, number 13, Elizabeth Rice. So finishing off the quarter strong, just with a bucket, and coaches heading to the huddle and all the players looking to make some adjustments going into the second quarter. I'm Caleb Yancey. We'll be back with you shortly. All right, welcome back. A little bit of a delay, but we are back with this commentating that obviously is subpar, but we'll make it through it. And so Newport gets the offensive rebound and just a quick put back in by Danny Lawson. And she's had several of those so far in this game. And just got to talk to the ref real quick about a little bit of some technical stuff about the game. And so the defenders get into the paint once again and can't quite finish, needing more of a soft touch. And Newport puts in some reserves as Gina Clark comes into the game, as well as Sarah Turner, the 8th grader, who's getting some playing time. Isa Kilanita coming into the game as well. And most of their starters coming out. So we have a turnover here. And Sophia Rosario in the game as well. So now they're getting set up on offense while this defenders team trying to make a stop down low, getting their hands in the air. And once again, Danny Lawson, the starter, just with the easy put, and she's probably had 3 or 4 of those by now. And she might be the leading scorer so far. Score is 24-6 just at the beginning of the second quarter. I just want to thank you everyone for watching. Looks like we got about 14 people watching right now. Come and enjoy some basketball. And here's some more of that, and we have a turnover here. The Seahawks continue to have aggressive hands, getting their hands in the passing lanes, and they've had quite a few steals so far in this game, and that's been a theme common. And we have a long 2. It's been sunk in there by Gina Clark, so she gets some scores on her stat line as the Seahawks hold a 20-point lead against the First Baptist defenders. Wide open, just shanks right off the back of the rim. So shooting splits not too great so far for this defenders team in this first half. No good, gets the board, no good again. But it's good for some of these bench players to get some reps, get some practice in, help develop their skills. And once again, a miss, but the defenders get their own rebound. Kicks it out to the senior. Good fake. Inside. not exactly there. And so for First Baptist, right now in the game, they have, see here, number 33, Natalie Livengood as the starter, as well as Isabel Hernandez, Gabby Reynoso, Elizabeth Price, and looks like we have one reserve player in, and that's Amaya Garcia, who's getting some minutes. So 4 starters and 1 reserve. Wow, Newport rolling with a large portion of their roster right now as reserve. We had a wide open shot by Elizabeth Price. No good. So haven't got that 3-pointer quite yet. And once again, Danny Lawson not quite good there. So that's the first one she's missed from down low in the low post. And it looks to be as if Newport is playing a 2-1-2. And that is number 13. That's Elizabeth Price, I believe. I'm probably incorrect on that. I think I missaw who that was. But nonetheless, that's 2 more points on the board for the defenders. Seahawks are setting up their offense. Once again, Danny Lawson's wide down in the paint. However, it was picked off by Natalie Livengood. Kicking on the inside, lost possession there. And now we are in, it was going to be transition, but slow down a little bit. Forced the pass there a little bit as Natalie Livengood brings down the ball. Coach asking for some help, and now we have a jump ball. It will be white ball. And now with 2:40 left in the second, it scores 26-8. And that's a 3, and that's well short. But Coach giving her some words of encouragement on how to adjust from there. These 2 teams did face off in the knockout round, and the Seahawks came off on top in that first matchup. And this round is this bracket is double elimination. So both these teams having suffered a loss. Defenders having a loss for the Seahawks, and the Seahawks lost to the Lancaster Baptist Eagles. Therefore, leading this game to the championship round. And Danny Lawson, another open possession in the paint. First Baptist does get the board. And looking at it, I may have judged it incorrectly earlier, but it pretty clear the Seahawks are running a 2-3 defense, which is pretty typical looking at these teams. And that is a good shot. That is a 3-pointer, and I missed who that was. Right now, 15-point lead. Defenders slowly eating away at that deficit. Coach Wheeler calling for some help. And Danny Lawson again wide open in the post. And nobody seems to be guarding her down there. And they got lucky that time because that one didn't go in. But that is something Coach Wheeler is definitely going to be looking at. The continuing theme and recurrence of Danny Lawson's just being wide open in the low post. And so defenders setting up. They're in a 2-3 defense as well. And what happens is a lot of times that defending the low post is playing in front of the basket. And as you see right there, the Seahawks getting open in that lower left post. If you're watching this, it would be the top of the low post. Shot is no good. With just 30 seconds, and this was a quick half. Just a quarter, and we got a turnover here. And number 12 with her hair on fire coming down the court and puts it right in the cup. That, my friends, was Sophia Rosario. From deep, no good. 3 seconds left, and it looks like they'll just hold it for the end of the half. And so we're at triple zeros right now from the first half. Seahawks 28, Defenders 11. And we will see who gets possession next half and go grab something to eat. And we will see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone. End of the halftime. So we're going to get back to some WCBC tip-off tournament basketball. Teams are slowly getting back onto the court, getting ready for the pass-in. And I believe it will be the Seahawks ball for Newport. Refs coming, getting the ball, getting ready to start the game, recommence the game. Thanks for showing out on this live stream. I know it's been a constant live stream of many games, so if you're here to support any of these teams, we just want to welcome you, parents and family, and even if you're a Lancaster fan, getting a scouting report on which of these teams will be playing in the finale. And blocked by Danny Lawson. However, they do. All right, well, Newport gets the ball back and almost loses it. Out for three, just short. Just short by Ava Morin. Defenders setting up their offense. Moving the ball around. So passing, and the little floater there just kind of goes on the other side of the rim. And that's by the senior Elizabeth Rice. Number 12. I'm sorry, number 13. And just out of bounds, a little miscommunication there by Newport. And so First Baptist will get another shot at it. Gets the stop. We'll see who is going to make that, who's going to be stepping up for this team, try to shrink this deficit, and can't quite wrap in the offensive rebound. Little pump fake pass. And it's put up and gets her on rebound, and that goes in by Abby Lynn. Defenders looks like they have most of their starters back in the game. And upon looking at it, looks like they have all their starters starting out this second half. 6 minutes left. Little baseline pass to Abby Bushnell. She is able to get the score, so it's 32-11, and quite the lead. I did not know the score the first time these two teams matched up in the knockout round. However, this is proving to be quite a dominating performance by Newport. So after the stack from the baseline pass, we have a double dribble called by the officials here. So the Seahawks will get ball side out. Basket no good, and so the defenders get the board, get the stop, and a near turnover, but able to handle it in and dives onto the ball. And just before number 12, before she can get a hold of it, it's called the jump ball, and it will be taken over control by Newport. Abby Lynn drives into the paint. No good on the first try. Gets her on board, puts it back in. And she's making it look pretty effortless. I think she's probably the tallest girl on the court right now. So that height definitely an advantage for her. With Newport, look at that. Good three. And that'll put it 14-34. So 20-point deficit. And First Baptist is really going to have to claw and bite and chew to get back into this game to make it close. Really going to need to up the ante on defense. Just like there, it stays white ball. They do get a good swat at it, a little peanut punch, as you might call it, if you've got any football fans watching. And Abby Lynn, once again, just goes up there, and all she has to do is kind of volleyball tip it in. We do have a timeout. Timeout by First Baptist, 30-second timeout. Coach calling a timeout just to make some adjustments. This Seahawks team has gone on a run, and they're looking to make some changes, how to get some stops, how to get some things going better on offense. They had a three-pointer just shortly ago, but it seems like this team is just struggling a little bit from just their shooting percentages, from their shooting splits. So all they can do is just keep shooting, and that's something to go with high school. You know, you can't stop shooting just because it's not going in. You know, you just got to keep going until you push past it. And so they're getting good looks, they're getting open looks, but they got to just get a little bit of tenacity. They got to search deep within themselves to get some grit to pull one of the biggest upsets off in order to get to the championship round. Now, if you were here for this 8 o'clock game, this is a pretty similar game, pretty similar score, as there's a foul here. This would be one of the first trips to the free throw line, the first trip to the charity stripe we'll have of the game. But as I was saying, if you were here for the game at 8 a.m., you were tuning in, this game right now is mirroring pretty closely the game that Newport played against Lancaster. Very lopsided loss, and right now they're leading a very lopsided win so far if the game ended right now. So you can see a sort of hierarchy going on in this bracket, but that still does not put out the possibility for the defenders to pull something crazy off today. We've seen crazier things in the game of basketball, so can't really call anything quite right now, but we do have just 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Scores 36-14, and we exchanged some possessions while I've been yapping here. And wide open layup, and just rolls off. That is a tough break. And she did everything she needed to do. It just came a little too strong off the glass. And Daniel Austin, once again, has that low post just wide open, but can't get it to go. So we've had 2 missed layups here in the past 2 possessions. Kind of just a little bit of a throw up there. So coach kind of telling First Baptist just to settle down a little bit. The rim, once again, being a defender in this game, blocking several of these shots. And once again, the rim just refusing to allow that one to go in. That was an easy floater. And now we got here, let me see who that was. That was Sophia Rosario. Little hesitation first, and then is able on the second try to get it in. So puts them up at 38-14 with $1:50 left. we'll be having a substitution coming in after one of these plays. Danny Lawson cleaning up the glass, getting some of these boards. And they'll reset. And that is a travel. Yeah, for sure that was. Slid a little bit. We got a substitution in for First Baptist. Number 5 coming in for number 7. That is Angelina Malik. The starter coming in for Amaya Garcia. So putting a little bit of their starters back into the game, trying to close out this gap. A little strong on that shot, however, they do get their board, and that one's a little short. First Baptist still retains possession, and they kick it out to Elizabeth Rice. That one's no good. More rebounds, and we slip and slide out here on this side of the half. And number 12 just puts them on ice skates on that fake. And that's Sophia Rosario, of course, scored shortly ago. We'll be coming to the close of this third quarter. This game has gone on pretty quickly. That's the first of the 2 from the free throw line for Rosario. In only 30 minutes of play, we've gone through 3 quarters pretty much. And I think that's to part and play by a very clean game that's being played. I believe that was the 3rd time we've seen free throws in this game through 3 quarters. And that's Rosario on the full court, no one even near her, and cleans up her miss. And the Seahawks are just running away with the scoreboard. With less than 20 seconds, they are up by almost 30 points. A purely dominating performance. We got 1 second left to go. Dribble it out. And that's the third quarter, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being a part of this live stream. And we have a lot more to come. We still got the guys bracket going on. The men's championship will be at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. And I believe Indiana might be in that game already. I can't confirm that to you, just through word of mouth I've heard. But we've been here at West Coast Baptist College using the Walther Center here that you're hearing from. We're also having games going on in the Student Life Center, which is the home of the Lancaster Baptist School Gymnasium, where they play their home games. And there is a game going on shortly, I believe at noon, that will be determining the 3rd place for the men's champion, the men's bracket. And so we got the 4th quarter coming up shortly, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. It is black ball. Defender's taken up top. We've seen a lot of this offense working around the perimeter, trying to find their look. And oftentimes they'll try to get their look, and that leaves the defense moving up, leaving someone open. And then they look for the additional pass. Just 3 seconds. You got to shoot it. And it just rattles out. That was a good look by Elizabeth Rice from 3. Newport with a commanding lead. And their whole goal, probably if I'm their coach, just keep on doing what they're doing. They are playing great offense. They're playing great on the glass, as you see right there. And if you're their coach, you're looking at just keep doing what they're doing and really want to just make it through this fourth quarter, eat as much clock as possible, have fun out there. With a 30-point lead, it is very difficult to imagine any other outcome than the Newport Baptist Seahawks getting a win here. And so great effort by Newport after a tough loss to Lancaster. They'll be looking to go to the championship after the close of this quarter. As you see a steal right here. And that puts them up by 32. They'll be looking to bounce back against Lancaster as they took a loss against them earlier today. And the girls, Newport and Lancaster, will be playing at 2:30 p.m. Central. And look at this. The defenders get a steal off of the inbound pass and just put it right in the cup. So good situational awareness there by some of the defenders there, being their namesake on defense. But as we were saying, this Newport team, they're gonna have to piece together something special. I don't know, we got a wedgie, ladies and gentlemen. We got a wedgie, the first wedgie of the tournament. And unfortunately, we don't have any tall guys to go up and get there. So we're going to have to find out a ball. And ref's getting a kick out of it. And look like we're finding one on this right side of the court. And let's see what the ref got. No good on the first try. Shooting 0 for 1. And now he's 1 for 2. So ref shooting 50% from the field, and that's not a bad shooting percentage to settle on for the game. And now we're getting to the real basketball. Newport getting the ball and just trying to dissect this defense as they have been doing today, giving them a wide open three, and that's good. Just knocked down shooter in the corner, and that is number 4, Gina Clark, who's coming off the bench. Defender's going to be having a substitution coming in shortly after this play. And that is good. Three-pointer good by Amaya Garcia, who came back into the game. And she might be taken out shortly. Looks like our starter is going to be coming back in the game for the defenders. Midway through the fourth quarter. And so, as keep being interrupted, this upcoming championship game, Newport and Lancaster Baptist School, they both played earlier at 8 o'clock in a lopsided win by Lancaster. And Newport looking to piece together a upset win in the championship. And they'll have to put together something special. I'm sure Coach Wheeler is excited for the opportunity and looking to make a game plan, as they've already played each other. They know the strengths, they know the weaknesses from this Lancaster Baptist varsity team for the girls. And so 2:30, we'll see the outcome of that. We still have 3.5 minutes of this game, though. So the defenders had a 3-point bounce in earlier. Doesn't get a similar result now. And ref makes a little adjustment because substitution got missed for First Baptist. And that is Angelina Malik, who comes in the game for Amaya Garcia. I'm sorry, not for Amaya Garcia. She's still in the game. So just tweaking a little bit with this lineup, trying to muster up something to at least have a good finish, because the defenders, they were a part of this tournament, and while smaller in nature, with 4 teams coming in, they did put up a good effort, and it's a good learning experience, as this is a very young First Baptist team with only 1 senior, 2 juniors, 2 sophomores, 1 freshman, and we have several middle schoolers. We have 8th graders, 7th graders, and even a pair of 6th graders on this team that are just kind of looking to learn from this lineup and this starting roster. And as they grow to mature in the game, and so who knows, in the rest of their season or next season in the tournament, they might come out better, stronger, more experienced, and they'll learn from this. So 2.5 left in the game. It's 49-19, Seahawks in the lead. Nearly picked off. Jumper no good. No good by Isabella Hernandez. And as of late in this game, let's see here, Sophia Rosario has really taken on a role as the point guard in this game, has been leading the fast break, and we've got to see some bench opportunities, some bench players for this Newport team, as Sarah Turner's in the game, Sophia, as we mentioned, looking at as well Gina Clark and Isa Keelanita, who are in the game getting some reps as they prepare for the championship game. And look at that, just got the lucky roll off the glass and just seemed to stay within the cylinder, and got the bucket there by the defenders. So getting the score up to 21. Sarah Turner in the middle. And Newport with a considerable height advantage against this team, as Sarah Turner has some height, Daniel Lawson has some height on him, as well as Sophia Rosario and Abby Lynn, who are both have significant height difference. But, and if you look at that, that was Angelina Malik who got the score on that one. Just 13 seconds. This will be the end of the game. Still fighting for some extra points, and we got a up and down, I believe. 5 seconds left. Coach encouraging the defenders, First Baptist, and that is the end of the game. Both teams can keep their head held up high. And as we probably knew at about halftime, it is the Newport Seahawks once again playing against Lancaster Baptist in a rematch in the semifinals, where for a team to play in both semifinal games. But they will be seeing each other at 2:30 p.m. in the Walter Center. I'm Caleb Yancey. Thank you for enduring this commentary, and we look forward to hearing from you and seeing you later shortly as we continue with both of these brackets. And in the men's bracket will be the next to play, as I believe Newport, the guys Newport, will be playing shortly. So, Caleb Yancey signing out.
Hey, Sammy, I got lift. I got lift. Yes. Yes. Good job. I was so tired. I'm safe. Thank you all. Travel. I'm not hitting you with about the layers.
Back for a cat.
Okay, but that's even worse.
I'm gonna pull off. Diego, I'm gonna pull off a Jimmy Butler. Hey, let's go. Hey, good finish. Hey.
Dribble.
Whose fault is that?
Bro, actually, yeah, I know my.
I don't know how much.
Bro, I've never even had to try an orange. Austin, you missed again. I forgot they use this knife.
Dude, sing.
Wait, Kurt, you're done. Oh my goodness. I'm blocking my shot. Guys, let's have some light. But my stomach is hurting. Oh. Thank you.
You have to be like safe.
Oh.
Did he block you?
Yeah. There's no point of doing that. There's no point of doing
Not
that.
an
There's no point.
No, that's gonna happen to you.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Hudson. I should not be making more layers. This is full.
Go.
Every form is dedicated like this. I do not play basketball, bro.
I do not.
Alright, free throw.
Thank you, man.
It's 5 minutes. Oh, good boy.
Thank you for joining us here today as you will be seeing the continuation of West Coast basketball tournament here this weekend. Tonight we have Newport versus Lancaster in the semifinal game here in the consolation bracket, looking to see who will have the right to take on Indiana in the final tonight. looking forward to that, which will be at 8:30 PST if you want to tune in for that game, as we'll see the exciting finale of this tournament. Looking at the tip-off tournament so far, Newport and Lancaster have had quite a journey to get here. Newport, starting off at the beginning, took on Cavalry, was able to take care of business, and actually moved on from that game against Cavalry, against Lancaster once more. They won the first game and took on Indiana, ended up losing that game, which is why they find themselves now in the consolation bracket. Newport has been the favorites to win this game, but does not seem, or sorry, not to win this game, but to win this tournament. And it seems as though they were not able to take care of business against Indiana earlier on in this tip-off tournament. Lancaster, on the other hand, was able to win their first game, but of course was knocked out by Newport yesterday and found themselves in the consolation bracket early. They took care of business against Harvest, Oregon, and they were able to move on and take on now Newport, where they'll be looking to find themselves back into the main bracket with the chance to win it all here soon. Looking at the two teams as they're both warming up, Newport obviously running with a bigger roster here. Going to be more options for them off the bench, and from what I have seen in terms of the scoring and has been communicated to me, they have been taking care of business easily against lots of these different teams. They've been able to run lots of bench guys as they have a lot of quality players across the team. They have 9 upperclassmen across the board, but they have lots of quality from top to bottom. Looking over at what Lancaster has to offer, they have 10 upperclassmen on the roster, so lots of experience on the team, lots of developed players who will be looking to make a final run or one of the final runs in their high school careers. But it will be a very interesting game to see how this one turns out between Lancaster and Newport here in the semifinal for the tip-off tournament. We'll be coming back here shortly with some lineups and introductions to players. We'll be looking to come back to the tip-off. I hope you guys are enjoying your day, staying safe. Hope you've enjoyed the tip-off tournament thus far. Hope you guys continue to do so. We'll talk to you shortly. And we are just about ready to get started here in the semifinal game of this tip-off tournament. Looking at what Newport will be running out in terms of a starting lineup. Going to be looking at Caleb Azucena, Jeremiah Oregon, Elijah Azucena, Kamal Benitez, and Matic Snook, as they'll be taking the lead charge in the beginning of this game and winning the tip. And looking for an early score is number 2, Caleb Azucena, taking an early lead here is Newport, just absolutely setting the tone early in this game with another tip pass, head up, pushing down the break, taking himself an easy 4-point start there for Caleb. That's the number 2 senior Caleb has been playing very well so far this tournament, no doubt this season as well, and he continues his hot streak with this game. And now Lancaster is going to be looking for an opportunity to get an offensive possession and hopefully a shot up, as they're going to find their way to cut through this Newport defense. Driving inside there, kicking it back outside, looking for an option, but Newport is clamping all of their options. 7 seconds on the shot clock. They're going to need to find something soon, and that is a deep three, but no good there from number 30, Curry Fang. Couldn't quite get it to go. Looks like he'll be running a lot of the offense so far, but he'll be outside there with Austin Yarborough, number 11, Camden Ward, and number 20, Sammy Flores, as they will be looking along with number 13, Diego Basilio. Three is no good there from Newport, but there's a scramble on the ground for the rebound, and we'll be looking at a whistle with a jump ball. It will maintain Newport possession. I apologize. That will be Lancaster possession. And we have a timeout here from Lancaster, as they'll be taking their time here. Finding themselves down early, 4-0, 6:47 left on the clock. Obviously not a time to panic just yet, but definitely something that you're going to want to look for. Maybe an opportunity to review the game plan, as we see lots of fans coming in today. College has been started up, but looks like we have some fans and some classmates from the high school there and even the elementary school from Lancaster coming out to support their alma mater and school here to make sure that they are playing to their best ability. But again, Lancaster finding themselves down early here, 4-0. And again, not a time to panic, but definitely do need to review the scheme, review what's going on, because you don't really want your team to get flustered here, because once you start getting flustered, then you start making the mistakes, and that's whenever you're going to find yourself down. The way that Newport's been playing this tournament, you really don't want to find yourself down at all, because they're going to take advantage of every opportunity that they find themselves in. But again, Lancaster looking to change this momentum, give themselves a shot in the arm, if you will. We'll be looking to see how they bounce back. In the corner, does well to get out of it. Now here comes Curry, driving inside, floater off the glass, no good, and quick outlet pass there to Caleb. And he's got his head up, looking to take it on his own, but a bounce pass outside. Good find there to number 4. And that would be his brother Elijah taking advantage. The Zucino brothers doing most of the scoring, or all of the scoring so far for the game, have been looking very good at the start. Now Lancaster looking for an option, pass into the corner, but just a little bit of a miscommunication, a mental lapse. The ball flies out of bounds and will be a free possession for Newport. Good ball movement early here from Newport. They find a man open in the corner. He takes his three and he nails it. And that would be Jeremiah Organ hitting his first shot of the game. 100% shooting so far. And now Lancaster, number 20, Sammy Flores, was looking for an option early. He passes it off as Lancaster tries to get some ball movement rolling here. Cross court. Can't find anything. Maybe in the version of a deep three, but no good, rattling out. Newport running with lots of pace here, and trying to get these fast breaks to go in the corner, wide open, no good, and a rebound falls into the hands of Lancaster, and now he's got his head up, 1-on-3, looking to take it on his own, and block down the inside, gets his own rebound, back out. Curry with a short mid-range jumper, no good, short. And Caleb again back out to the corner, looking for another assist, but no shot taken. And we have a foul called, as that was Kamal running along the outside. Could not quite get it to go, but he was fouled as he was looking for an option. Lancaster making a quick substitution there. That is Jude Atherton finding himself into the game, giving Lancaster a little bit of length here. He'll be the tallest player on the court thus far. Be looking to help with the rebounding and just overall physical play. And here is Jude Atherton looking for an option. And again, cross court, a little bit of a miscommunication, but it finds its way into Curry's hands. And he's looking short, mid-range, no good. Bouncing around and no good. Here comes Caleb again. He's got his head up, looking. Nice behind the back pass. No shot taken, but inside again. Foul called.
And exciting to be joining you here, Blake. Had a good time calling some of the games so far this tournament. Finished up class a little bit early and hustled over, so you never know. Maybe I'm the good luck charm that the Eagles need here. Excited to be with you for the rest of it.
And it has been Caleb and Elijah, the brothers there, who have taken a part of most of the scoring here, scoring the vast majority. I believe it is 7 of the now 12 points of the entire game. But Caleb has been taking over, lots of assists, lots of passing, lots of shooting in general as well. Great defensive plays. Been running all their fast breaks, just playing with lots of pace here. Lancaster's going to need to find an option as they are going to try to find themselves in a situation where they can finally score some points. In the corner now, 3-ball, short again, and bow into the hands of Caleb once more. He's got his head up, he's pushing the pace again. Good pass into the hands of number 11, Kamal, and he scores again. Newport just does not take a lot of time on their offensive possessions, really taking advantage of every moment they have.
If you're Newport, right, you were looking at this game, and it was one that you were okay facing, both you and Indiana, really leaning into bench lineup in the earlier couple days. But if you're going to do that, you've got to have an actual payoff, right? And so coming out with that kind of clarity and purpose in this one, because you don't get to decide to play in this and then you're down at halftime, right? You got to stay on. And so definitely good start. Certainly hard to play much better than what we've been looking at so far.
But Lancaster here with the steal. Atherton's got his head up, looking to take it himself. Too hard off the glass. And now Newport with another opportunity. Bounce pass inside, pass is mishandled. Now Newport looking for some ball movement.
And it's tough when you get that fast break, especially if you haven't scored yet, right? You're almost a little bit in your head, right? You know, like, this is our moment. Like, this is what we got to do in order to be able to get on the board. But then you got to go soft, right? You got to lay it up softly and get it in. So just need that one, right? Need to be able to break through here in the early going.
It doesn't necessarily need to be a team effort just yet. Maybe if one player can get hot, maybe that changes the entire team's perspective on how they'll be playing. But again, looking for just anything here from Lancaster. Just 1 point, 1 bucket. They've been a little bit unfortunate with some of the rebounds thus far, but if they can just get somebody to score something, just to take the lid off of the basket, if you will. Spinning inside, whistle, and we got a travel call there on number 13, and that would be Diego Basillo trying his best, but not quite.
Definitely a critical stretch here, and it's kind of hard, right, if you're looking at a double-digit deficit to call any one specific moment a critical stretch, but it really does feel like it is, right? Lancaster needs to find their way back in. They've already played Newport before. Newport came out on top, and Lancaster knows they're a good team. They know they're the underdogs here, as we see the bucket by Jeremiah, Oregon. But finding a way back into this one, right? Finding their options and opportunities. If you're Newport, you've got to feel pretty good about what you're seeing from the team as you're eyeing up that title game. And really, there's probably few teams that arrived at this tournament thinking title success, anything else failure. Newport is maybe one of the few who can have that level of expectation coming in.
And I mean, realistically for Newport, you've been playing very well this tournament. You've been able to put away just about every team that you've faced, with the exception of Indiana, who is the only team you've lost to. I don't think there's really any doubt that Newport is looking forward to that game after this, as Lancaster gets their first bucket of the game and 3 from the corner there.
Sammy Flores opening the account here.
Yeah, and you get the roar of approval from the Lancaster faithful here, as you have a lot of the high school fans, high school just classmates joining us here today, looking for a good game. But
and yeah, one of I think the most fun things about this tournament is, it's fun anytime you get cheering fans in the stands. There's just something funny and fun and enjoyable when it's all the elementary kids on their lunch break, and that's just one of the cool benefits that we get as being home fans, being home commentators at this tournament. That there are the elementary kids of this school, screaming defense over in the stands. It's just fun to see, but you got to give them something to cheer for, right?
Exactly. I mean, Newport is doing their best to keep Lancaster from having anything to cheer about. But that 3 there, it might be a sign of things to come, as Lancaster gets another defensive stop. But Caleb read that like a book and takes it right back down the other end.
Yeah, he saw it and he double clutched it, but then went ahead with it. And once you pulled back that first time, you just can't throw it. The defense knows it's coming.
19-3 here. Lancaster looking to build. They got their first basket.
Now you got to find your second, your third, and just keep everything going from there. And ref on the far side signals stays with Lancaster. 56.4, 22. So, I mean, Newport will probably get it back. Probably about a 5-second difference between the two. So you may as well just play out as well as you can right now.
And here's Curry now. He's looking for anything again. And another 3 there. No good off the glass. Rebound found by Newport. A zip pass into the inside, denied by the rim, but what a bullet there from Caleb.
And a couple of Eagles down there, but in a game like this, maybe you can't even for sure stop the fast break. Hopefully you're getting guys back right. It's tough. Newport's going to have their moments. You got to get the rebound on the fast break when you've got the man advantage anyway. Running again. Can he go again? The Azucena brothers scoring here.
8 seconds left. Eagles have to find a way. Got to get at least a shot up.
And a whistle. That'll stop the clock at 2.5 seconds now. One opportunity for a play, just a quick pass and a quick shot. Not going to be much of an option here. You don't have really any time to dilly-dally after this pass.
Connor and Lord go out. Yarborough and Atherton in. 2.5. Score is 23-3. Got to find something fast. Out, up, and no good. Snook comes down with the board. And excellent start from Newport. It's been an excellent tournament from Lancaster, but they're going to need a bit of revolution more than evolution in order to
certainly
get back into this one. If you're Coach Lee, with deep respect for all of the work that the guys have put in to get this part to this point in the tournament, it's not been a great first quarter, right? 23-3. What's the message? What are you telling the guys? Is it about execution? Are you changing up the tactics? What's your message in this moment?
Well, I mean, really, you're going to have your work cut out for you, right? You're down 20 after the first quarter. That's not where any team wants to be realistically. But, I mean, you got to just put your head to the grindstone. Turn off the scoreboard. Just go out and do your job. Execute every play, execute your role in every play, and you'll see things start to work out. And at the end of the game, look back up at that scoreboard, see where you guys are at, see how close it is, if it is close, which hopefully it will be. And again, I mean, these guys, they know what they're doing. They're not going to be here because they're not a good team. They're going to be here because they've been able to execute. And if they continue to do so, then this game will become a lot closer, and the stress will be relieved a little bit as we continue on.
Just telling them, right, one possession at a time. Can't make a 10-point shot anyway, so don't try. That's not how you're going to get back into this game, but just that detailed execution here. Now the Eagles, we've seen a little bit more substitution in their games so far this tournament. Newport leans more heavily into their starting five, and there's some guys that they'll turn to. I've seen Killanita off the bench and some of those. But it's going to be the same guys that helped build this lead that are going to, from their side, need to help maintain it. And that the Eagles will have to find a way to crack this specific code. Benitez on the left finds Caleb Azucena. Now back to Kamal Benitez.
High arcing shot from the corner, but no good. Rebound there, Lancaster, and now they got a little bit of pace, looking to capitalize on this opportunity, but they lose the ball, and Caleb now takes advantage. Looking for a one-on-one opportunity. Spin move, good defense, and has to take a pass.
Benitez backpedaling, but he gets it. And
Elijah there nailing the shot.
Hits from 3. Sammy Flores brings it up, and a lot of times when we've seen Lancaster at their best, it's been because he's been able to find those driving lanes with the quickness of some of the perimeter guys Newport has. And it's been harder to find some of that, and yet we'll need to see his contributions here as Lancaster tries to work their way back. On the run, Snook with the finish.
And one.
Swirls it in. Chance for an and one play. And Maddox Snook going to the line, number 15. We've got checking into the game for Lancaster, number 10, junior Hudson Hartanto. The senior Sammy Flores, kind of part of a lot of what LBS does. Getting a second on the sideline, they're going to need him at full strength all game long. So maybe you pick your spots, getting a little bit of rest for him. The junior Jude Atherton coming down with the board, and now the ball's moving around.
In the corner now, Atherton looking for an option, and he finds it in the form of Curry. And he's got his head up, maybe looking to take this one on his own. Into the other side, corner again, but he's smothered there.
Good work by Hartanto, working his way out of trouble there. He's got to keep doing that. 7 on the shot clock. Yarborough's got to go up. No foul called there.
1 second on the shot clock as that ball found its way out of bounds.
You know what? We mentioned some of the messages that we're looking at. If I'm Coach Lee right now on Super Bowl week, I'm telling them that 28-3 deficits are surmountable. And that one comes up just short, and it's going to be Newport's ball there. If only you could make, you could get 7 in one trip down the court, right, like you can in football. But I'm showing them Brady versus Falcons film. I'm doing whatever, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
quick hands by Hartanto.
And I think you have more time than what Tom Brady was left whenever he made that comeback. So, I mean, if anything, it's more possible than whatever you were looking at. What was that, back 2016-ish?
Something like that. We're getting old, right? We're
A
losing
little
track
bit.
of years, but somewhere around that time. Hartanto almost jumping that one. Oregon finds Azucena. And a little bit to the left. Yarborough and Benitez both go up. Benitez comes down with it. Oregon pulls again. Out, and the board by Atherton. Coming down the court is Basilio. Diego looking around. Can he find someone? He's got to go back. Hondo gets it. Eyes up. Atherton in the corner has it slip away from him. And the Eagles having the presence of mind the last couple trips down the court. They aren't just pulling up, with 20 minutes on the shot clock. There's that commitment to working through for good shots. But the little things on the margins going away from them as it gets deeper into the shot clock sometimes.
And you can hear the elementary school kids chanting for LBS as they come away with a takeaway there early in that possession.
And the Eagles looking for their options here. Hartanto goes up and gets it. Good drive by at least like the smallest guy on the floor right now for the Eagles, or at least someone who's right comparable with some of their other guards. Good to see him not only come in and pull up from 3, although we may see that at some point. They're driving and contributing there. Fighting for the board. Azucena to Oregon saves it.
Great ball movement here from Newport. Finds an easy option on the inside, and that's been a big theme for Newport, has been that ball movement thus far whenever they do take their time on their possessions. Just finding the best option and then finding another option after that.
Honestly, I think you got to give Austin Yarborough a little bit more credit than that. You're trying to make that as hard as possible, right? You'd think that you get 3 passes in 2 seconds that, you know, they might find a layup with no one within 10 feet. But Austin did his best job as possible to try to close down on that one, but good execution from the Newport side of things. 30-5 here as we reach just about the halfway point of the second quarter. It's been all Newport so far in this Battle of the Birds. And Snook with the finish inside.
Lancaster looking for another substitution. Looks like Peyton Langley will be finding himself into the game for the first time. Lancaster looking for an option. Newport as well will be countering that move with their player number 22, Nick Garcelle.
And we've got Fang and Basilio in the backcourt. Eagles trying to find their way through. Pulls up, nice little teardrop floater. Little runner going on there. Good job getting another field goal on the board. 34-7. Elijah Azucena brings it up. Ball finds him again. And that one is going to be no good, but Newport finding the offensive board. Oregon pulls up, hand in his face, gets the board again, now into the corner. And you could see, there's no disrespect to the guy, you could see that Atherton was a little bit slower getting out to the corner, and it wasn't from lack of effort, but when that position gets into its third phase, fourth phase, each phase is having a lot of passing in it. It's just hard to keep track of those guys. And the more you can execute on offense, the more that defense has to kind of slow down. It's almost like a football game, right? If you can just have that 15-play drive and keep that going all game long, the defense is more likely to get tired than the offense because they're the one having to absorb. They're the one having to react. Seeing a little bit of that play out even here. 39-7, 2 and change left in this one. Diego trying to work around the pick, finds an opening, and off the inside of the rim there.
Now Caleb
on the run as he likes to do.
Got a jump ball call there. Lancaster looking for a travel call, but not quite. Quite a change here coming from Lancaster. Looks like we'll be seeing Connor come in along with
Peyton Langley and Sammy Flores joining him there. And then we've got Joseph Kilanita coming in, fighting for that board, as well as Nick Garcelle that you already mentioned. Flores on the run now. Slows it out into the half court. Now moving it across. Sammy with the shot. A little bit deep there. Eagles hustling for the boards.
Great effort there on the board, tipping it away right back to himself, giving him an opportunity and an option. In the corner now, 3 goes, and that one can be credited to the effort of number 5, Austin Yarborough, with the rebound to start that off.
Yarborough with the rebound, Peyton Langley with the bucket. It's that team commitment that you're going to have to take every single possession. You don't have the option to turn it on and off against a good team like this, right? Kilanita following up, and Newport seeing good effort from their side as well. Probably enough time for a 2-for-1.
Just under a minute left now. 41-10 as Connor puts it up off the glass, but no good.
Benitez hustles back, gets it up with his right hand on the left side. Looking for another guard coming back, and they've got the 3-on-2. Basilio checking in. We'll see who he's coming in for. Curry Fang bringing it up now.
And there is enough time for a 2-for-1 here as we see an early shot there from Lancaster. No good. The shot clock is now off. 22 seconds on the clock now. And it will be Elijah taking the ball here.
And trying to burn this one out, knocked away by Connor. Flores gets to it and absorbs the foul. it's going to be LDS's ball. Good work getting it back. 43-10, but sometimes you just need that shot in the arm of hitting something at the end of a half. Be able to boost you a little bit going into halftime. 8.7 left. Feng with the ball here. 6 left. Gets the pick. Gets the pass. Pulls up. And going to be a little bit to the right there. We're going to enter halftime. 43-10 is our score. Newport eyeing up one last shot at Indiana in the final. It'll be the end of the line for the loser. The winner advances to the title game tonight at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. And so we will be back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Look, there's a microphone.
Started shouting out like, hey, it's not like nobody's come back. I don't know that we've got this.
Right.
Not yet.
Fans, please clear the court. Please clear the court. Thank you.
And coming back here from the break, see again the score being 43-10 as we're looking at a Newport possession early on. Brother Adams, you see 43-10 is not obviously where you want to be right now, but you did see a few flashes of good things there from Lancaster going into the half. Not exactly a scoring frenzy, but finally seeing the ball to fall. What does that mean for the team here, and how exactly does that affect the game plan going into the half?
I think if you are Lancaster, I think that you've got enough guys who can shoot that certainly what you don't want to do is walk down the court, walk around one pick, and pull up from three with 29 on the shot clock. That's not sustainable offense. What I do think you need to do is just try to embrace some of the variance, right? Like, you're still going to have to drive hard if you have the opportunity. You're still going to have to play hard on defense. You're still going to have to gang rebound. So in addition to fighting for all the things on the margin that you know you're going to have to do anyway, I think it's time to be able to look for, be able to try to find some of those threes as well, because you have the guys that can do it. Flaherty, a little bit of a slide there that the ref picks up on, and we've got him, Garcelle, and Kalanita, all more rotation depth guys for the Seahawks side of things, all coming out here at the start of the second half. And you know what, you've got 8 hours between this game's tip and the next game's tip, but why overextend until Lancaster forces you to, right? Make them make the plays and go from there. Seahawks in white with the ball, with the better side of things here so far in the third quarter. Eagles have had a good tournament. They've gone 5-1 so far, with their only loss coming against Newport last night. And so they've really been able to handle everyone that they faced except for this Newport team. But it doesn't look like they've quite been able to crack the code in this one. Basilio bringing it up. He's got Atherton, Artanto to his right, Rubber on the high post, Fang coming up on the left.
In the corner now, Lancaster looking for an option. Quick pull there, and he gets it to go. That's a nice three there. Does cut into the lead a little bit. Again, you'll be looking for lots of possessions like that. Maximum points with minimum time so that you can really just get some quality possessions here. But again, Newport not running their starting lineup right now. Oh, and a deny there. Wow, what a block from Lancaster on the drive inside.
Austin Yarborough getting one of the defensive highlights of the tournament so far. And I think that three is what we're talking about, right? They worked it around. They got it in the corner. He had a second to think about it. He wasn't just pulling from the hip. But when you've got the space, you got it. Right? And then you have to follow that up. Like we said, all of the other stuff, you have to close out on every shot. You saw Austin do that. And at least giving them some belief, some things to build on, right? You're doing the right things. You're playing the right way. And being able to build off of that, Yarborough comes down with the board. And the Eagles trying to build out some of that momentum here.
And be looking for Yarborough and Atherton really to fulfill their roles here. I mean, they're the biggest bodies on the court right now. They're going to need to fulfill on the inside with the block, with the rebounding. That's going to be their goal and their role. And as they continue to fulfill that, the team and the other players, maybe some of the smaller body players, are going to be able to fulfill their roles as well and really see this team blossom.
It's fun. We mentioned kids on lunch break and some of that. It's just one of the really fun random things about the tournament. One of the other fun random things about the tournament is seeing which teams are cheering for which. So we've got Long Beach and Newport, which are pretty close to each other, and they've been cheering for each other throughout. The last couple of minutes of Long Beach's game against Lancaster, because Lancaster won. Newport finished up their game against Indiana, went over to the SLC, watching that game, seeing who their opponent was going to be, and cheering on Long Beach. After Austin Yarborough's block, we had some of the players, I believe from Indiana,
and
over there up in the stands, and they all started cheering, right? You just kind of got that give and take of this game. And it's the fun part of tournament play.
Quite a scuffle we had just over there on the end at the end on the loose ball after the rebound opportunity. A couple players going barreling into the chairs there. Quite messed up whatever we had going on over there, but just good to see everybody's all right.
And Lancaster looked like they were making some substitutions anyway, and now both sides will have a bit more of a chance to look it over, think it over. 5:49 left here in the third quarter. Lancaster 46 to 13. Their deficit right now, as Newport Christian has been effective so far, and really it's either going to be a historic comeback or a convincing bounce back. Right, Lancaster coming off a win against Long Beach, Newport coming off of a loss, although one in which both sides really rested their starters essentially in their entirety, playing at 100% execution, about 70% intensity all the way through that one.
And it really does seem like right now that Newport might be even resting their starters at the moment, maybe even looking forward to the next game. As, I mean, you're going to be taking it on Indiana again. As you mentioned, they might have been pulling some punches in their last meeting, but I don't think in the championship game there's no time to be pulling punches there. So you want to make sure everybody's 100%. You'll have the afternoon to rest, but afterwards you're going to have to really turn it on. As Lancaster coming through, getting themselves a feing more points here, trying again to cut into this lead.
And Lancaster's got to empty the tank right now, but we saw that offensive rebound by Austin Yarborough, setting that up into a drive, a tough finish through bodies, right? That just finding every last thing that you can do to be able to create every last bit that you can.
Yeah, there are no more plays off here. Like, you have to be 100% bought into every single process. There's no in the back. Yeah, there's no in the back of your mind, okay, maybe I can just take this play off. Like, you cannot do that. You cannot afford it.
Knocked away by Hartonto, but it'll stay with the Seahawks. Killanita now driving in. Yarborough got part ball, part man, and Killanita is going to head to the line with a chance for two. Got Garcelle and Oregon down on the block. We've got Wills and Elijah further out. Sammy Flores coming in for Diego Basilio. 46-15 the score right now. Killanita ready for his second free throw. And it's going to slide out. And Lancaster will see that one out and have possession here. Morden Yarborough in the front court. Fang, Flores, Hartonto in the back court for the Eagles as they're working their way back here. Hartonto with space, may as well pull. Doesn't get it, bounces to Fang, and now Yarborough comes down with the board.
Oh, and a nice move there. Yarborough just really asserting himself down inside. Was able to jump on the loose ball and just bodied his way through the paint and found himself wide open underneath the basket.
Oregon dribbling it here. Killanita. Elijah Azucena here. Shifts back now. And we've got space if Lancaster can make something happen here. Flores now pulls back to resurvey, drives inside. Is going to pick up a foul call. 4:02 left in the third quarter of this one. 46-17 is the score right now. And Blaine McDonald checking in for the Seahawks, but is going to head right back to the bench with the timeout call. Eagles working their way back in, just a possession at a time, and wherever that score eventually ends up, right? We've seen a couple of scores kind of fully get out of hand throughout this tournament. You just don't want to be that way, right? You just got to keep being able to layer possession on possession, and always, right? As is the case with any NFL or NBA or any team at the end of the season. If you're not holding up that trophy when it's all said and done, there's a little bit of a bitter taste, right? That you're ending either by not making the playoffs or losing in the playoffs. You're either ending by, losing the tournament at whatever round it is, or holding the trophy. And so one walks out as a winner, 7 walks out as in a manner of speaking, in an overly harsh manner of speaking, walks out as losers. They didn't ultimately get it done at the very end. But you want to have that something to build on, right? That we gave all that we could to the last buzzer of the last game, and important for both sides in this game and all sides throughout all the games to be able to say that. Basilio is going to inbound here, and so he's going to sub in for Hartanto, I believe, in this timeout. Looking around, Yarborough presents an option. Now Sammy trying to work on Kamal Benitez. Back to Yarborough.
Cross court into the corner now. Lancaster really trying to find some kind of option, but they're not really penetrating on the inside. Really just trying to stay on the outside. Lots of threes, and really only finding a lot of the 2-point attempts off of offensive rebounds. So big difference in the playing style here. Lancaster shooting from beyond the arc primarily versus Newport that's really just taking what they can get.
And I think a pretty good possession last time out. Ford got it all the way across to the corner. Flores pulled up from 3. Yarborough fought for the offensive board. Like, that's about what you can get. You're not always going to get to go in, but you're hoping for this one here. Feng from outside, a little bit deep. And now we're going to see kind of a man marking, or at least a more extended zone. Not guarding Benitez for the moment. The board's now on him. Finding the one-on-one matchup. And Elijah Azucena now dribbling with it. Spins away from the steal attempt. Gets it back. 9 on the shot clock. Benitez looking at the drive. Gets inside for the finish, but not going to be able to get it to go. Basilio, he's got a guy in front of him, and just couldn't quite get it out in time.
Looks like instead of taking advantage of the fast break opportunity, they'll be looking to run a few more plays here, just trying to really break in this playbook and get everything down as you'll be preparing here for the next game.
Good hands by Basilio. It's going to stay with Snook as he hustles down to get it. Moves into a 3 by Elijah Azucena.
And a line change coming up here for the Seahawks.
Feng with the drive, can't get it to go. It's going to end up with Caleb Azucena as he brings it up, controlling traffic here. You're right, we are going to see 5 new faces at the next opportunity on Newport side of things. 1:45 left in this quarter. Third quarter here, 46-17. Benitez and Oregon, little 2-man game on this side, but it's going to get back out to Caleb Azucena. 3 on the shot clock, he's got to pull.
And a full sub change here, including Lancaster will be making 1 change, and that is Jude Atherton back into the game. You'll be giving a break there to Camden, and he'll be sitting down for just a second.
And only substituting out of this timeout, and so the bench spot here for Newport is going to have a high leverage situation, not because of game state or score, but because they have 1 second on the shot clock. So, hey, get all your guys working on those out of bounds plays, and that one's going to get out of the hands of Garcelle, and the Eagles will now come back with a full shot clock here. Flores finds Atherton. He's got men on either side. Turns down the pick. Yarborough with the drive. Yarborough with the shot.
Just a little
with the rebound.
little bit too much oomph coming off of that one. Good opportunity, good attempt there from Yarborough. Just unlucky in the finish.
Toronito going up strong. Feng with the foul and trying to stop him. And the senior for Newport helping the junior for Lancaster up after that one. Both teams playing hard, but playing clean. They definitely respect each other. Just someone's got to make the play, right? And you may as well be you if you're already down there anyway. Toronito with a chance for his second.
No
Brings
good.
out Garcelle with the board.
But an offensive rebound, so maybe an opportunity to catch up on those points, that opportunity that you had earlier.
Lane McDonald driving, now swings it. Azure Wills. Kilamita short on that one. Flores gets it and starts dribbling, swings it over. Can we get inside? Slides just over is Basilio's shot. The shot clock is off, really just about the full shot clock. That had to have just been fractionally past 35 seconds.
Oh, Newport finding a way to keep possession there. Really scary with the backcourt violation, the threat there. But Lancaster finds the ball in their hands. 14 seconds left, looking for a quick possession. Almost denied, but swing and a miss there from Newport on the block attempt.
6.4 left in the third quarter, 46-17. And borrowing my amendment for a 29-point play getting instituted here, this one may not swing the lead at this point, but certainly just like we talked about with the bench players for Newport, had a second on the shot clock. You want to see what they can do. Here at the end of the quarter, you want to see what you can do. And what Sammy Flores can do is hit that three to send them into the fourth quarter. A little bit of juice, a little bit of a jolt. Good to see that here heading into the fourth. He really originally didn't move, right? As soon as he got the ball there, he was going to let that one run as far down as he could. Got the pick, pulled around, pulled it up, got it to go heading into the fourth. 46-20. This will be the end of the line for all but two teams on the guys' side of the tournament. Indiana has already booked their spot in the final. Newport or Lancaster has their chance to do so. And I think odds makers probably wouldn't offer a line on this one. I think Newport's probably about got this in hand. But you certainly want to see good, strong effort from both sides. We're going to see a full-on bench mob by the Seahawks coming out of this corner. We've got Flaherty, Shanahan, Wilson, Godby, and Thatcher. And so Godby we saw yesterday lighting up the third quarter of a matchup to the tune of 3 straight threes on 3 straight possessions. And you could tell that Caleb Azucena was just trying to see how hot that hand could get. Every possession down, he was looking to set up his guy, right? Anytime you've got a role player, there's something that he does for the team. He's not going to be a go-to scorer all the time. We're just letting him live in that moment, right? Godby might be the go-to scorer. He's the ball handler here. Finds number 24, Alex Thatcher.
And there was no hesitation on that pass. Got his head up, saw his guy, flipped it right in there and took advantage.
Those are the moments that you're looking for, right? That you can always play good basketball, you can always find good passes, and you can always take good shots. No matter if you are an NBA All-Star or the bench warmer of a high school team. Honestly, if you're an NBA All-Star, I don't know that All-Star game is about finding good passes, right?
I don't think so.
I don't know that that's quite basketball, but it's a fun trick competition.
Yeah, quite a bit of an entertainment factor here recently. I mean, you could say that about the Pro Bowl and a lot of like the All-Star games and just any organized sport nowadays.
And speaking of All-Stars, after the final game of this tournament, which is the guys' championship game, the all-tournament teams are announced. I believe there's historically been a first and second team for the guys' side with more teams involved. I don't remember if there's a first and second team for the ladies or with half the teams if it's just one. But definitely a couple of players in this game that would be eyeing up a spot on those teams. And Caleb Azucena, just the overall control that he has on the game for Newport. Sammy Flores really been carrying Lancaster to this top 3 finish.
And even if you look at it, Austin Yarborough has been playing very well on the inside. I mean, he just had an and one just now that we might have just glanced over, but he's been playing well, been rebounding well, defending well, scoring well. So I think maybe even as a dark horse, he could find himself maybe with the second team honor if he continues to play the way that he does.
Yeah, he's definitely been a big part of this Lancaster team. They don't have maybe quite that wing archetype. Atherton with the quick hands, Basilio with the quick hands, but it keeps bouncing to Newport. But they've got bigs, they've got guards, and so both of those kinds of players have to maximize what they can do. Austin is that, not a wing, but he's got that springy athleticism that helps kind of fill in some of those gaps for the team. Driving here, if he can get it, and going to get rung up for a travel on that one. A couple of other players to shout out with the tournament. I'll probably try to think through a lot more in the way of detail on this. We've seen Indiana really up and down the roster. It's tricky even for some of the players to stand out because of the depth there. Seen Victory, California. Grady Youngren had a couple of good shooting games. Harvest, Oregon's Ben White might be the leading points per game scorer of this whole thing. First Baptist Long Beach, J.J. Hernandez. Caden Godby. If he lives up to the Green Light Godby nickname they were giving him yesterday, we'll see, right? He's still got time to earn his way there, 3 points at a time. He's off to a good start with that one. Basilio pulls up. Banks it in, answers there. 53-26. And the Eagles not bringing a lot of press. Coach Lee, and looked like that one bounced off Wilson's foot as he tried to turn the corner there. 5:44 left in this one. And we've got Flores bringing it up with Atherton receiving. Eagles working their way through this one. Basilio from outside, and the board's going to come down to Thatcher. The senior, he scored earlier, gets the board there. Wilson able to get it over the arms of Yarborough, not able to get it all the way down. Flores on the run, gets the dish. Diego Basilio with a tough grab.
Oh, and just a nice move there on the inside. Had everybody coming back outside, plants the foot, spins back around, and just free open real estate back on the inside there.
Disoriented the defender. I don't know if he himself was disoriented or not. It looked like he got a pretty good shot out of it, but just not quite able to get it to fall. .455 left in this one. The 27-point margin. Tricky is one way you could describe it. Newport's been playing well for sure. Lancaster been able to find some things, and just after that rocky start, right? I believe it was 17-0 before they were able to get the first one to fall for them. You've seen their commitment. Good defensive work by Atherton there. Grabs it, holds on to it, and Godby is going to dive across. They're going to call that one a travel on Atherton. He was trying to kind of roll and hold, but not quite able to do it. Godby now looking for the pass. A little bit deep there. Yarborough comes down with the board.
Yarborough might find himself with a double-double this game. He's been getting quite a few rebounds here recently. I'm not sure if he's got quite 10 points, but I feel like he might be close.
Yeah, he's definitely been doing his best to stuff the stat sheet. Flores from outside, in and out, and that's some of the volatility of the three-point game we talked about. You want it when it's good, but sometimes it's bad too. Good finish by the junior Jude Atherton.
Just 3 minutes, 40-ish seconds left on the clock here. We'll be seeing another line change at the next whistle for your Seahawks. Looking to get just about as much people playing time as they can, chucking up shots here near the end now.
Flores has the 2-on-2, really 3-on-2 at this point if he can take it. And it's going to just evade the fingertips of Langley. And a full-on five-man hockey-style line change here. We're going to see Wills, Kilanita, Jimenez, Garcelle, and number 24,
Alex Thatcher. No, 21 rather. 24 just checked out. 21 Blaine McDonald now in. And so this is probably about the B lineup, right? There's none of the 5 starters, but the B lineup in right now for Newport. Garcelle just got caught behind. Guy running full speed behind him.
And
Feet
that-
tangled up.
And that's going to happen occasionally. You know, you got 10 players running down the court at one time. Occasionally, feet are going to get tangled up. There's no ill intention there. Just unfortunate that happened. Grateful again that nobody ends up hurt in that situation.
Yeah, no more fun or no less painful to have your knee hit the hardwood, but certainly it looks like he's fine. Walked it off right away. Yarbrough knocks it away, but Garcelle's going to come up with it. 3 minutes left in this one, 53-28. We've got the ball over here to Garcelle in the corner. Tries to work his way through. Taps out and lands with Mord. Flores is through. Can he get it? And the helter-skelter fast break is going to end up getting away from LBS. Number 22, Garcelle. Wills now working his way up. McDonald to his left, Jimenez down in the corner. Now McDonald back around to Killanita, who pulls. Banks that one in. It looked a little bit off to the right from this angle, but just a little bit tough to judge the bank there. He gets that one to go, 56-28. Yarbrough at the high post. Now Sammy surveying. McDonald with the board here. 2:13 left in this one. We've got Gideon Connor at the scores table. We're going to see if he gets a chance to come in from Lancaster, as well as Curry Fang. And so Sammy Flores and Austin Yarbrough checking out. 2 seniors for this Lancaster team, and they've accomplished a lot in this tournament. Again, LBS 5-1 entering today's game, with the only loss being to Newport. And Atherton gets rung up for the foul there. He thought he'd gotten away with it cleanly. Whistle, not late enough to be weird, but I mean, the shot had gotten up and through it before you had it come in. But definitely some contact there as he was trying to clean that one out.
Yeah, and just under 2 minutes left here. 56-28 is your score. Obviously, I mean, looking forward, Indiana and presumably will be Newport in the championship game for this tip-off tournament, tipping off at 6:30, I believe it is tonight, or 8:30?
8:30 p.m. Pacific time. And so we've got 3 more games coming at you this afternoon at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. We're going to have the ladies' title game. At 6 p.m., we're going to have the West Coast college game against Bethesda. And so that's typically going to be on a different feed, so you'll want to make sure you're on the right one for that. But that's going to be at 6 p.m. And then at 8:30 p.m. is going to be the Newport, Indiana, all the marbles match that both of these teams have probably been anticipating but haven't been able to put in stone until this point. But with 73 seconds left, we're going to put it in stone at this point. Newport is going to advance at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time, is going to have the Seahawks Whirlwind title game that probably from early on in this tournament, right? We've been waiting to see these teams really take on each other at full strength. Nothing left to save, nothing left to hide.
No more.
That'll be at 8:30.
No more pulling punches. No more resting your guys. This is it. This is the last game of the season for a lot of these teams, and we're going to be looking at the pinnacle of what this tournament has to offer. I mean, Newport and Indiana have been the best teams thus far. They came into this tournament as the best teams as well. So we'll be looking to see exactly what they have to offer for each other. I've no doubt they've been preparing for this, looking forward to this, hoping for this. I mean, I know that I certainly am going to be excited. I'll be in the stands this time around, but going to be exciting to see exactly how these teams do play each other out and exactly what kind of playing style you're going to see from both sides.
34.4 left in this one, and so the shot clock will be off for the remainder of
this matchup here. Final score is 57-28. Should no more buckets be bucketed. Azure Wills bringing it up here. Eagles holding serve here on defense more than coming up for a press specifically. Killanita gets it over here. You can hear from the bench that they are calling no shot. And so this one is going to tick out. Great effort, execution from both sides. Certainly Newport, the handily victorious team here. They are eyeing up the rematch that they have been anticipating. Lancaster with a disappointing end to a highly successful tournament. 2:30 p.m. all-time Pacific ladies title game. 6 p.m. West Coast. 8:30 Indy Newport round 3. Everything on the line. Excited for the rest of the basketball we're going to see here this afternoon. Jeremiah Oregon shouts out his grandma, his supporter since day one, in the front row, cheering him on. And unironically, congratulations, shout out, appreciation, thanks, and all of that to everyone who has been tuning in to these games. We know that we've got teams from Pennsylvania, teams from Indiana, teams getting up early or staying up late, depending on where in the country.
Coming up next, we have our tip-off tournament skills competition. If you are competing in the skills competition, the free throw contest or three-point contest, please make your way to the scores table at this time. Once again, we will be starting the skills competition at 2 p.m. sharp. Please make sure you're here at the scores table. If you are competing, please make your way to the scores table. Thank you.
We'll see you then.
If you have not checked in for the skills competition and you are planning on participating, please make your way to the scores table. Thank you. All right, please make your way over to the scores table if you are participating in the skills competition. If you are not participating in the skills competition, please make your way to the seats. Thank you. The three-point contest and the free throw contest are the skills competitions for the 2025 tip-off tournament skills competition. We will start with the free throws. Each player will shoot 10 free throws. The player with the most made free throws is the winner. If there is a tie for first place, the players with the tie will shoot 5 additional free throws. If a tie still were to occur after the 5 attempts, the players will shoot 3 free throws, and the player who made the most will be the winner. Each team in the tournament will provide 1 representative for each competition. We're going to start with 2 shooters, 1 on each side of the court. Our representatives for the free throw competition, we have from First Baptist School, J.J. Hernandez. From Liberty Baptist, we have Aiden Schmitz. From Victory Baptist, Micah Trujillo. Lancaster Baptist School, Jude Atherton. From Newport Christian, Kamal Benitez. Indiana Christian, Jake Gilbert. And from Harvest Christian, Max Whiteley. Our first competitors we have from First Baptist, J.J. Hernandez, and from Liberty, Aiden Schmitz. Let's hear it for our first 2 competitors. When you're ready on the countdown from 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. JJ, 9 out of 10. Let's hear it for JJ. Aiden, 4 out of 10. Let's hear it for Aiden. Our next shooters, we have Micah Trujillo from Victory and Jude Atherton from Lancaster Baptist. The score to beat is 9. Countdown from 3 shooters. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Micah finishes with 2 and Jude 4. Our next contestants from Newport Christian, Kamal Benitez. And Indiana Christian, Jake Gilbert. Shooters, when you're ready, starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, Jake finishes with 8 and Kamal with 5. Our next contestant from Harvest Christian, Max Whiteley. Max finishes with 7. Our 2020 5. Tip-off tournament free throw competition champion is J.J. Hernandez from First Baptist Schools. Our next competition is the three-point competition. Our contestants from Indiana Christian, Kyle Stevens. First Baptist School, Max Gonzalez. Victory Baptist, Grady Youngren. Lancaster Baptist School, Hudson Hurtanto. Liberty Baptist, Ryan Campbell. Newport Christian, Jeremiah Organ. And from Harvest Christian, Benjamin White. Each player will have 3 minutes to shoot a three-point shot, continuously moving from 5 points on the floor. The player with the most threes is the winner. If the player's foot touches the line before the shot goes up, the basket will not count. The three-point line is the gray line. If there's a tie for first place, the players will shoot another round to break the tie. This will continue until the tie for first place is broken. Our first 2 competitors from Indiana Christian, Kyle Stevens, and from First Baptist, Max Gonzalez. Shooters, when you're ready, starting in 3, 2, 1. Kyle Stevens finishes with 9. First Baptist, Max Gonzalez with 4. Our next contestants from Victory Baptist, Grady Youngren, and from Lancaster Baptist School, Hudson Hurtanto. Shooters, when you're ready, in 3, 2, 1. Grady Youngren finishes with 9. Hudson Hurtado finishes with 1. Our next contestants from Liberty Baptist, Ryan Campbell. And Newport Christian, Jeremiah Orgon. Shooters, when you're ready, starting in 3, 2, 1. Ryan Campbell finishes with 4. Jeremiah Orgon with 7. And our last contestant from Harvest Christian, Benjamin White. The score to beat is 9. Benjamin finishes with 6. We have a tie between Kyle Stevens from Indiana Christian and Victory Baptist Grady Youngren. 1 minute on the scoreboard. Shooters, when you're ready, starting in 3, 2, 1. Grady Youngren finishes with 10. Kyle Stevens finishes with 12. The 2025 Tip-Off Tournament 3-point championship goes to Kyle Stevens from Indiana Christian. Congratulations. Coming up next, we have our girls' championship game between Lancaster Baptist and Newport Christian. Coming up next.
Thank you for joining us here tonight in the WAC for the end of the tip-off tournament on the girls' side of the bracket. Here at the end of the bracket, we see your Lancaster Baptist Eagles coming forth and getting to the final, paired with Newport Christian also fighting their way into the final game as well. Captains turning away from the center court, and they'll be finishing up the warm-ups here shortly, as we're going to be looking for an exciting end to this side of the tip-off tournament. The guys' game here recently was a good one. Newport putting away the game here against Lancaster, moving on to the final, as we will be seeing Indiana versus Newport in the deciding game after this one. Now, just 2 minutes before we tip off here, both sides going to be looking to continue on in this game. Looking on the Lancaster side, we have 5 total seniors who will be starting off the game. It'll be number 10, Caitlin Acosta, number 15, Jocelyn Santos, number 21, Isabella Vallejo, number 22, Aaliyah Atherton, and rounded off number 23, Shyla Connor, who will be in the middle there for Lancaster. Now looking on the Newport side, a little bit of a different style there for Newport. Not a lot of age on that side, really just 3 seniors with 2 starting, and that would be number 2, Abby Lynn, paired with Abby Bushnell, number 13. You have 2 sophomores also finding their way into the game. It'll be Danny Lawson, number 0, and then also number 1, Issa Gurley. And then rounded off there will be the freshman, Issa Quinita, number 5 there. She'll be making the start, just a freshman there. I'll be joined by Brother Adams today. Him and I also did the boys game here recently, but we'll be rounding off this girls side of the tip-off tournament. I haven't had much of an opportunity to see the girls side plays thus far, but has there been anything that you've been able to pick on for both sides here that you might be looking for here?
Oh man, see, I've missed out because the ladies have been over in the SLC for most of this tournament, and so excited to be able to catch this game. It's not either team that I've gotten to see so far because I had class this morning, first hour and third hour, and wouldn't you know that lined up with both of the ladies' games here in the WAC. So no pre-existing biases. We're excited to be introduced to the games of these talented athletes on both sides of the court, and it's going to be interesting to see how that senior-heavy lineup of Lancaster is going to be able to do. If nothing else, they're going to have a rebuild year next year, at least on some level, with all of these seniors graduating out. But excited to see them try to finish off their tournament career with a bang. Now, this is a game that has already been played.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Rother Center for the 2025 Tip-Off Tournament Girls Championship game.
Ultimately finishing up in.
We'd like to welcome the officials for tonight's championship game, Mr. Mike Trimble and Mr. Akia Richard.
Full court press that they decided to break out.
And now it's time to meet the starting lineups. Let's meet the visiting Seahawks from Newport Christian School.
That really, you're not going to see senior minutes. You're not going to see all of their, nice out of time.
Starting at guard, sophomore, number 0, Danny Lawson.
You're going to see this team again. So it'll be interesting to see.
Starting at guard, sophomore, number 1, Issa Gurley.
That's a little bit why this morning played out the way it did. Or if Lancaster
starting at guard, senior number 2, Abby Lynn.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and we've even got the PA, the music, the announcers here. We haven't had this for all of the games.
Starting at forward, right? Number 11, senior Ava Morin.
Title game.
This is it here, all or nothing here. This is the final game of the tournament.
And starting at forward, number 13, senior Abby Bushnell.
Careers. So hopefully we'll be looking to see them leave.
And the coaches for the Seahawks, Stephen Wheeler and Jennifer McMahon.
NIL is going there, professional, right? No. Hey, this is one of those things, right? Plenty of us played ball in high school on whatever level, but not at that college.
And now let's meet the home team, the number 1 seed in the girls' bracket, the varsity Lady Eagles from Lancaster Baptist School.
We've got some Lancaster presence in the stands.
Starting at guard,
Unsurprising,
senior,
right?
number
It's
10,
the home team. We're here in
Acosta.
Lancaster having this tournament. And yet, even with Newport being here in Southern California, there's
Starting
certainly
at
plenty of their
forward,
fans
senior,
around.
number 15,
Their guys' team is up
Jocelyn
here.
Santos.
And should be some good cheering on both sides.
Starting
as
at guard,
this game
senior number 21,
takes shape.
Isabella Vallejo. Starting at guard, senior number 22, Aaliyah Atherton.
And the lineups coming
And
out
starting at
onto
center, senior number
the
23,
floor now. Last
Shiloh
words from
Connor.
Coach Ayanna Polson.
And the coaches for
The
Lady
Newport
Eagles, Kylie
team was
Williams,
just in their huddle. Last
Polson,
words among themselves.
and Heidi Urquilla.
We've got coaches Stephen Wheeler and Jennifer McMains on the Newport side of things. Stephen is actually someone we're going to have an interview with at halftime of the college game tonight. He's someone who played college ball here at West Coast. He knows the Walther Center. He played here. He knows what big games feel like. And, man, we're excited to see this one take shape. We're going to have the tip between number 0, Danny Lawson, and number 23, Shiloh Connor. Connor wins the tip. Atherton is away with it. And this game is on. Can't get the first board. And looked like number 10, Caitlin Acosta, almost got sandwiched with Atherton as they were all kind of fighting with for the rebound. But
Yeah. And
Abby Bushnell gets rung up.
And Atherton just wasting no time there. Took it herself. No question what she was going to do there. Offensive rebound fell into Lancaster's hands, and they're going to be able to take advantage of an early opportunity here.
Splash to the first does Caitlin Acosta. Opens up the scoring. Just 7 seconds of game time into this. Good with the first. Good with the second. Number 2, Abby Lynn, the senior, gets the ball first, is bringing it up the floor. Number 13, Abby Bushnell is able to get it over to her. Lynn now working with it on the left. Tapped away by Atherton. Now Lynn with some space. Bushnell not able to convert, and Atherton is running. Fires it to Acosta. Up and out. Connor over. Atherton in.
And through the contact there, a few different opportunities, but really Atherton just been playing well so far. She ran the break initially, found the open player there, wasn't quite able to get it to convert on the first go, but she'll be looking to convert both points here.
And I think you've seen a level of aggressiveness from Lancaster in the early going. We've got the press coming up here. We've seen Aaliyah Atherton drive directly towards the hoop. Seen some of that rebounding. Both teams obviously coming to play, and that's so obvious it's a cliche, right? But you can definitely feel it with Lancaster here in the early going. But then you can feel it with the senior Abby Bushnell, right? Driving in, even against a taller defender and getting the bucket there. Atherton to Acosta.
And interesting to see how Lancaster's going to continue that defense. You mentioned that they ran that full court press last time these two teams met, and it seems like they're going to be pretty committed to that as just a defensive scheme altogether. Really don't want to give Newport a chance to get any opportunities here. Want to make sure that they're earning every single one of their possessions and points as they tie it up there with a three-pointer from number 11, Ava.
Ava Morin buries that from outside. Big response by the senior. And we talked about the 5 seniors on Lancaster's side. It's been 2 seniors on Newport's side that have led the scoring that they've gotten so far. And so a battle of experience here in the Walther Center is knotted up at 5 apiece about 2 minutes in.
Atherton has tried a few times now to try and poke the ball away. First attempt, she was able to get a hold of the ball, but didn't quite get it to convert. Second attempt, kind of the same story there. She was able to get it contact, but couldn't quite get it to fall in Lancaster's way. But it does force Newport into a difficult situation now with 5 seconds on the shot clock. Blocked by Connor there in the middle.
Atherton looks down the court for Acosta. Drives into arms. And we're going to
Foul number 0.
have a foul called
First
on
personal
Danny
foul.
Lawson.
Third team foul.
Costa goes to the line, is hit twice already. Number 12, Leah Donan, coming in on the Eagle side of things.
Leah Donan.
Donan to Acosta. Gets it back after falls around. Atherton now dribbling. Up from 3, just short.
That's Atherton with the rebound. She retains possession, tries a mid-range jumper from the baseline, just a little short. Ball still bounces around. Lancaster doing well in the rebounding battle so far. Connor gets tripped up in the middle, and Newport takes advantage. They still got to get through that full court press. Atherton providing that.
Abby Lynn forcing it out of, or Aaliyah Atherton forcing it out of Abby Lynn's hands. And that one ends up in Atherton's hands. So number 11, Ava Morin, over there on the side, and after she hit a 3, you know Lancaster didn't want to see her pull up again if they could help it. She passes and it ends up with Lancaster, and yet the Eagles not able to convert that trip down the floor into points. Morin tries to get over Shiloh Connor, and she's on the run. Going coast to coast with the finish is Shiloh Connor, number 23. Big defense to offense kind of possession there, being able to turn the court. And even though she's the tallest player for the Eagles, not just saying I'm going to give it to my point guard and eventually I'll find my way down the court, but rather, hey, I'm going to go make something happen. I'm going to carry the team on this possession here.
And it looked like she might have had an opportunity to pass that ball up and give that opportunity up to somebody else, but she decided to take that one for her own, and she really did take advantage of that. No issues converting that opportunity there. 4:32 now left in this first quarter. It's going to be 7-5 in favor of the Eagles. What are you looking for in this break here, brother Adams?
I appreciate it, Blake. I think just seeing how that press shapes up for the Eagles is going to be interesting. Newport's been comfortable being able to handle it so far. Abby Lynn doing a good job dribbling out of pressure. And on that last possession, we saw number 22, Aaliyah Atherton, come up and kind of man mark Abby Lynn. And yet, in the next line, there were 2 Newport Seahawks, 0 Lancaster Eagles. Here we're seeing a more concentrated press structurally. It'll be interesting to see the different looks that they decide to throw out.
Yeah, as we see Newport here, again, having no trouble with that full court press, but it does take quite a bit of time off the shot clock as you see them coming down the court here. You have a full 30 seconds on the shot clock, but you get down to 17 seconds whenever you're coming down the court. I mean, you're going to lose a lot of time there. You're not going to have a lot of opportunities for second chance points.
Ava Morin with a tough finish. Hit from outside already, now from inside as well. Good work by number 11 on Newport Christian. And the Seahawks in navy and the Eagles in white all tied up here just over 4 minutes through the first quarter. We've got Morin receiving it back here, kind of breaking the press. And saw a foot drag or kind of a hop stop there. We're going to have number 5, Meredith Smithy, checking in for number 15, Jocelyn Santos. And Aaliyah Atherton bringing it up. Looked like for Aaliyah again was Meredith after that pass. Open here, pulls up for a long 2, it looked like. And a reset here by the Eagles. Tough drive, not able to get it.
A lot of contact there on Atherton, but no foul there, no complaint either. Looks like it was just good physical ball there on the inside.
And picked, though not scored, by Caitlin Acosta.
But now you're starting to see that full court press come into play here. You get the steal, you get the shot, now you force the travel, so the pressure's definitely being felt, and now it's going to start mounting. Might see an opportunity here come in bunches here for Lancaster.
And the board brought in by Danny Lawson. Despite the pressure, it's coming back up the court with Abby Lynn. Lynn drives, And Atherton going to get called for that one. She's done a good job of kind of timing up some aggressive defense looking for the ball. And, a little bit of a high wire act that you have to play if you're going to have that kind of man pressure.
Atherton with the nearly steal here again. Tips pass on the fast break, but doesn't affect anything too much. Looks like the Lancaster there is going to be falling for a reset in the hands of Caitlin.
Acosta dribbling. Smithy thought about it, but takes it inside. Now goes up and rattles that one in to break a deadlock that had lasted for a couple of minutes here. Smithy coming off of the bench for that one. Good passing over it. Morin facing the double, but finds the open player inside. Danny Lawson not able to finish. Almost felt like she might have had an opportunity to get one step in a layup. It feels like Coach Wheeler thought so as well.
Lots of
and
contact.
they're going to see that one knocked away, but it'll stay with Lancaster.
Atherton getting a lot of attention here early whenever she gets the ball in hand. She's also been a defensive presence as well. If they do that first and second team all tournament, I would imagine her name is going to be called for that.
Acosta almost gets it from deep. Tries to follow up her own board. Good pressure evasion so far by Abby Lynn, doing a really good job working through 4 defenders at various times. But then after kind of breaking through, tossing it up, and the active hands of Leah Donan for the Eagles, going to give the Eagles a chance to reset here. 9-7, little under 2 minutes left in this first quarter. It's been a nice tight game so far. The score is 2 points in favor of the Eagles. And Meredith Smithy not able to pull it down, but the ball stays in the Eagles' possession. And Aaliyah Atherton going maybe about not quite coast to coast. The feed trying to reach Smithy, gets to number 12, and finished by Leah Donan. This one is going to play out. We're going to have some Seahawks coming in on the next dead ball opportunity. And yet Abby Lynn is going to be able to drive through some pressure. Gets to the baseline, but Atherton is going to steal it there. Feeds it forward to Acosta, runs it down.
Oh, almost, but not quite. Goes barreling into the doors.
Almost tries that.
Hoping that she's going to be okay. She seems to be getting up a little slow here.
Checking in for the Seahawks.
Coach Wheeler for Newport calling for the foul. You didn't see any intent in it, but as it came out with everyone running down there was some extended contact. You can see what he's asking for there. Just trying to stay in the ref's ear on it. We've got some subs that came in for Newport. We had number 14, Sarah Turner, and number 12, Sophia Rosario.
Just 40 seconds left now here in the half. 13-7 is the score in favor of the Eagles. The Eagles seem like, on paper, it seems like the Eagles may be a closer game than what it feels like on film right now. Certainly does feel like West Coast has been controlling this game and limiting just about everything, as you see yet another turnover in favor of the Eagles there.
29.5 shot clock is off. Eagles have felt comfortable running, but you wonder if they're going to just try to slow this one down and get that last shot of the half, or if they'll take an earlier opportunity if they feel like it presents itself. Acosta pulls up, rims off. Connor comes down with the board. 12 left. Atherton up.
Atherton with an and one on the three opportunity. Potential 4-point play for herself. Wow. That one rattled up and in, hit the rim, back off the backboard, back down to the rim, falls through. Atherton now with a potential 4-point play if she can convert here.
6.8. If you're Newport, you might have a better chance of running after a made free throw. And she'll have the time, gets it up. Short on it, though. Good work to be able to set up that attempt, but not able to get it to fall. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with you. It's 17-7 here at the end of the first quarter.
Tip-off at 6 o'clock. Immediately following the conclusion of the West Coast Baptist game, the championship game for the tip-off tournament for the boys. Tip-off scheduled for 8:30.
And both sides breaking the huddle. Lancaster finishing up. It looks like some last instructions, rather, for Newport before they break the huddle. We've got the first horn here. And getting everything lined up and back in play. We're seeing some of those late first quarter substitutes stay on the court for Newport. We mentioned Sophia Rosario, Sarah Turner, both in now, as well as Ava Morin, Abby Bushnell, and Abby Lynn that had started this game. Lynn working, good drive, good kick. Can Morin hit again from outside? Not quite. And a bunch of rebound opportunities there as kind of everyone was going for it. Ends up turning Lancaster's direction. Atherton to Smithy. Eyed it up, but drove into the lane to set up another opportunity. Meredith Smithy from outside. A little bit deep, doesn't quite get it. Board by Sarah Turner, the 8th grader playing on this team. And so a lot of trust in her, especially throwing her out against a lineup that's mostly seniors on the Eagle side of things. And so being able to contribute, I mean, even 4 years younger than the rest is impressive.
Yeah, and she's been holding her own just fine so far. I haven't really noticed anything too big in terms of, you know, capabilities and such. I mean, you're going against girls who are 17, 18 years old. You're 13, maybe 14 years old if you're lucky. You just got into your teen years there, and you're going against grown women.
Ava Morin was cutting inside, and the pass was coming to her, but just maybe a little bit of miscommunication about who was holding or keeping. It's going to be Aaliyah Atherton bringing it up the court now. Tipped a little bit, but Shiloh Connor able to get it. And looked like she was losing control a little bit, but they saw some contact kind of at the heart of how that shook out. Setting up for an out-of-bounds play here. Gets it to Atherton in the corner, turns the corner, goes up, and is going to end up with Abby Bushnell. Good rebound. Abby Lynn now running. Bushnell gets it to Rosario. Bushnell gets it back, can't quite get it over. And Connor is going to come away with the board here. 17-7, no one scored yet in this second quarter. Connor works around goes up, thought about it, but was already a little bit too committed, and that's going to get
And that's
run up as the travel.
that's unfortunate for Connor there. She knew what she had done. As soon as she did it, she fell down, and
No.
she was,
And they're going to call a foul.
Foul number 15. Foul number 13.
And I
Bushnell.
got to say, I would have guessed you'd either call that on the floor, or that you would either call that a travel or a shooting foul. I'm not 1,000,000% sure how you get a non-shooting foul out of that.
I'm not sure. Didn't really get a good look at that one, but it does end up being Newport ball here, so I guess no harm, no foul. This is just how it's going to end.
Dug in and defended. That's what you got to do here. Ava Morin gets it into Abby Bushnell, and then Morin has it back. Oh, and just out is that. And foul going to be called against Lancaster.
Foul number 4, Carlisle. Hold the line for Newport Christian. Number 13, Abby Bushnell.
Abby Bushnell heads to the line and rattles it out. Bushnell going to the line for her second. 2 minutes, 10 seconds into this quarter. Nobody's scored yet. And then Abby Bushnell does it. And Newport will call timeout.
Timeout on the floor. Timeout.
Think things
Eagles.
over here.
Full timeout.
5:50 left in the second quarter. 17-8. Lancaster on top of this game so far. If you are Newport, you haven't seen as much of the press recently. You've kind of had some opportunities, in part because you've worked through it, right? Why, if you're Lancaster, keep throwing out something that's able to get broken? But you also know that if it gets to that point, you don't want to have to burn energy working your way through a press, while also having to make up a deficit. What's your plan to get this one back close so that you don't get too much behind the 8 ball?
Well, I mean, really, you're just going to have to start winning the rebounding game, right? Because right now, you can't allow these offensive rebounds that Lancaster's getting right now. That's where they're getting their second chance points, and really where they're getting a lot of this lead here. It's 17-8, but the game feels closer because you are playing well, and you are doing what you're supposed to do on both ends of the court. But if you're able to refine the rebounding, maybe you find yourself with some better opportunities, maybe some second chance opportunities as well.
And both sides taking the court again. 5:50 here in the second quarter remaining. It's 17-8 with the Eagles of Lancaster Baptist leading the Seahawks of Newport Christian. Trying to get to Shiloh Connor, and yet good defense by the 8th grader Sophia Rosario, even as far outside there.
6 seconds now to work. Atherton looking for an option. Mid-range jumper blocked.
Blocked by Sarah Turner. And the shot clock getting reset to 1.
2 seconds. Quick
Up
shot here.
amended to 2.
And there you go. Atherton has been the look for offense and defense, especially on those inbound passes. Continues with her streak. Has been having a phenomenal game so far.
And you saw just the sigh, honestly, from Coach Russell on Newport. Excellent defensive play. Excellent defense all the way through. And then the layup at the end, right? It's just tough.
You do everything.
Gets it back.
Yeah. It really can take the wind out of your sails. And if you do everything right, you do everything you're supposed to, you get them into a difficult situation, have their back against the wall, and somehow they find a way, throw a haymaker, and it lands.
Lynn's 3 is out, and so into the game recently for the Eagles, Abby Carlisle. Carlisle tips it here, but it's going to go out. One of the few underclassmen in this team. We saw Leah Donan earlier, number 12. Abby Carlisle, number 4, the only sophomores or younger on this team, both of them sophomores. Lynn gets it back. and tries to work through some pressure. Gets into a nice mid-range jump shot. And it will stay with Newport. 19-8. 4 minutes and change here in the second quarter. Ava Morin on the baseline. Finds Lynn. Now Rosario back to Lynn. Lynn opens up space. And Sarah Turner underneath there. I don't know if that was quite as much of a pass as a missed shot, but hey, they had the positioning, took advantage of it, hit double digits.
I mean, you can't throw a much better pass than that. I mean, it was right in the hands, wide open, threading the needle. No chance for the player to miss it on that chance there.
Turner with the board, Lynn with the ball now, and it's 3-on-2, but Lynn gets just about to half court anyway before finding an open Ava Marin. And coming over is number 4, Gina Clark, also an 8th grader. We've talked about some of the underclassmen on both sides. Gina Clark, another one who is contributing. And 3:18 left in this one. Eagles bringing the ball down with a 9-point lead. Pulling up from mid-range. A little bit short. Ava Morin gets the board. Abby Lynn gets it over to Gina Clark. Gets it back. Needs to get across mid-court and does so.
And Lancaster really kind of slowing up on this full court press. Was a lot more intense at the beginning of the game. Might have even forced a few mistakes as well. But Lancaster's been, again, slowing up a little bit. Haven't been really forcing a lot of mistakes or even just a lot of effort there on Newport's side. I mean, kind of just falling off as the game continues on.
Credit on an exciting fast break we just saw. Credit to Gina Clark. A little bit of her miscommunication possibly is what led to the turnover there, but hustled back down the court and was able to get into the play in such a way that Caitlin Acosta had to slow it down, think about it a little bit more, and that eventually led to the travel. So finding ways to contribute, finding ways to force turnovers as a defender. Morin gets back to Lynn. 12 on the shot clock, thinking about the options. And turnover there as the pass was a little bit too far outside. 2:22, 19-10. Aaliyah Atherton bringing it in now. Newport sitting in a half-court kind of defense.
And they've been playing excellent defense here in the most recent possessions. I don't think Lancaster scored any points since those free throw attempts earlier in this game. But looking at Abby Lynn as well, she's been giving a lot of the team their offense so far, whether that's shooting on her own, but a lot of the offense is coming through her possession, through her passes, and also the defense here as we see her guarding Abby Atherton the entirety of this game.
And really, a lot of times when we think about how to get back into a game, we'll talk more about the offensive side. You got to make shots. Gina Clark with the shot from distance, a confidence booster for the team there. Maybe just half a foot inside that three-point line, but stretching the floor out. Definitely an impressive shot there by the 8th grader. And Lancaster calling a timeout in response. But a lot of times when we talk about how do you get back in this game, we'll say, okay, we'll tweak this on offense, run more set plays, run fewer set plays, do whatever. Long Beach, I don't know that we've seen massive changes there. We've seen excellent attention on defense. And that's really, in large part, been most significant in helping them manage this game. First, you got to stop the bleeding. Then you got to start fighting your way back. I think they're in that phase right now. It's still a 7-point margin. Can't fall asleep on 1 or 2 possessions, otherwise we're back out over double digits. But a good work by them.
I mean, realistically, again, the game has been controlled by Lancaster thus far, both offensively and defensively. But credit to Newport, they haven't let the game get out of hand. I mean, there was a wound, certainly. They've been doing their best, addressing it, making sure it stays clean. And now they're just at a point where they can start addressing it and making sure that they're able to start healing. It's a 7-point lead, and at one point it was an 11-point lead, but they're continuing to fight back and just claw back into this game. But really, it has been Newport's defense that's kept them in this game. If they didn't have that attention, if they didn't have that intensity on the defensive side, this game would have been over by now.
And I think something that you mentioned earlier, just doing a good job of getting rebounds, and that's in part individuals doing a great job of it. In part, it's a team as a whole just committing. We have to get back on the boards, and it's made a difference so far. Carlisle can't quite get it, but it bounces out to Smithy. 8 on the shot clock.
And just moments like that as well, you're just causing confusion, making them uncomfortable. 3 seconds now.
And that one's going to get rebounded. It
looks like they're going to call off the basket. Looks like we have a shot clock violation. Shot clock hit 0 before they were able to get that one up. And again, that's just the confusion that you cause on the Newport side. You do a great job forcing a bad shot and forcing a hard rebound that you can't get back up in time.
Abby Lynn trying to work through pressure. She's got to get across here. It's been 13 seconds since the start. And trying to work through is Sophia Rosario. Ava Morin able to spin away from some pressure. Abby Lynn's going to have to pull up and splashes it.
Deep
24 seconds left in the half. Cuts it to 4. Atherton's on the run.
It's really just become a new game all of a sudden. Timeouts from Lancaster really haven't changed anything. We got 12 seconds on the clock as the ball rolls out of bounds. It's a new game now.
11.8. It's going to be Newport ball. The Eagles now bringing up pressure. Can they force a turnover and score? Can Newport break through and find an opening? It's going to be kicked by Aaliyah Atherton. Not even an intentional kick there. It almost got dribbled into her foot, but rolling around there for enough. 6.8 is going to be what Newport has to work with. Still has to make it most of the way down the court.
And
Lynn gets it.
Somehow, if you're able to find some points here, you're going to have to get a shot now, but no good. Again, just been great. That's wonderful into the half there for Newport. That whole second quarter was just so much better than what you saw in the first quarter. Maybe it just took them some time to get warmed up, to get settled. But once you got that championship nerves settled down and really taken care of, the game has changed. Newport has found a way to go on a run. They've made it a close game, a very manageable game. And if they can continue this defense, continue this rebounding, they're going to find themselves in with a great opportunity here in the second half.
And we're going to be back with you about 5 minutes for halftime. We'll jump back in towards the end of that, bring you a couple things we're looking at in the second half. The score again is 19-15. Lancaster Baptist 4 points up on Newport Christian at halftime of the girls' title matchup. and the horns have sounded. Newport Christian on the bench, and they've pretty much been there for their entire halftime break. Lancaster has not reappeared here after halftime, and we'll see what's coming on there. But hopefully, and here they are coming out of the tunnel by their locker room now.
And it looks like we'll be adding a little bit of time here to halftime, about 4 minutes or so before we get back up and running.
And they had put 5 up originally. I know sometimes it's been longer or shorter or whatever. And Newport ready to play. And so some difference on understanding it, and kind of from either side, right? You feel like if you're Newport, right? Hey, you said what you need to say. You're ready to go. Man, why am I waiting around 4 more minutes? If you're Lancaster, right? You better get out on the court now, sort of thing. And maybe you're rushing some of your preparation, but at the same time, there was the time that was put on the clock at halftime. And if you know what it is, if it's 5, if it's 8, or whatever, got to be ready to roll. Seahawks with the ball. They're down 4, but certainly the stronger team. In the second quarter, here at the start of the third, let's see who's able to wrestle the advantage away. Lynn to Morin to Bushnell. Morin gets it here. Tapped away by Acosta.
Just good defense there by Lancaster. And here comes Atherton on her own, but can't convert. Connor trouble with the rebound, but it does give Lancaster a chance to reset now for their first offensive possession of the game, or second half, sorry.
Acosta to Vallejo. Now moving around, and Shiloh Connor gets the board to begin with, but in a scrum of bodies, it's ultimately Newport that comes away with it.
And Lancaster completely abandoned the full court press there, just dropped right back into half-court defense.
Steps into it is Lynn, and yet not able to get it. Looked like Newport got their hands on it first, but maybe didn't do enough to establish possession. And after a bad pass there by Lancaster, it's going to be Newport's coming back. Minute into the third quarter, no one scored yet. Newport with the first opportunity from this point forward. And Acosta almost able to jump that one. Bushnell trying to round the corner, gets through, gets up. And it's going to stay with Connor. Knocked away. Atherton looking at it, able to get forward. Has opportunity. And rattles that one down and in for the first points of the third quarter. 21-15 your score. Lead extended from LBS from 4 to 6.
Good ball movement here from Newport starting off. Mid-court shot. No help there on Newport's side, but good ball movement, trying to beat the press and find an open man.
Meredith Smithy coming in for Isabella Vallejo. And she's going to have to step out, and I think she's got it. Had 6 on the court, which, unless you're in select parts of Iowa, is not actually permitted. Ava Morin. Now to Abby Lynn. Back to Morin. Turner able to almost get it back. 2 on none if Atherton can finish this. And that's going to be a second bucket for the Eagles. And that's going to be a timeout for Newport. Some, I think, rather even play overall. The shots on each end, rebounds on each end, offensive boards on each end. But it's those little details. Kicking it over, the person's not quite looking, leading into a fast break, that have been the difference in the last minute or so.
And you take away the one mental lapse that Connor had whenever with the turnover off the pass. I mean, I think Lancaster's played a very clean half so far. their defense has been a lot sharper. They've been able to cause a lot more turnovers. Those have turned into points, and they're starting to mount on that. 23-15 now is the score. They've been minimizing Newport's abilities, and they've been maximizing their opportunities.
And Newport showed in the second quarter that they can absolutely win the quarter. But you don't want to go into the fourth down. So it'll be interesting to see a lot of time here in the third, right? We are we're not even a third of the way into it yet. It's going to be interesting to see what the angle is for them. If you're Newport on offense, there's kind of been this like passing around the perimeter sort of game. Either team maybe has someone who is much placed in the post or something like that. Do you think that's the best sort of plan? Or are you looking maybe more for pick and roll? How do you think is going to best allow players to get the space and opportunity they need to score here?
Well, I mean, Lynn has been getting a lot of defensive attention this entire game, and because of that, there's becomes a lot of space open up across the court whenever you look at it. I mean, even now she's getting double teamed by 2 Lancaster defenders, and so you have players that are open across the court. So maybe some longer passes could look into opening up these opportunities.
Really good possession from Newport there. Lynn able to get through the pressure. Bushnell able to turn the corner. Turner found the open teammate, and Lynn made some Lancaster players miss before hitting the shot. That's exactly what they're looking for moving forward in this one. Smithy is up and not good on that one, and looked like the defender at least got close enough to have a shot at tipping it. The Lancaster bench calling that did happen. I didn't see it for sure, but it was certainly a good hard closeout. And that's going to be a travel double dribble by Abby Bushnell, number 13. 4:59 in the third. It's 23-17. 2-possession game. If Newport can knock down a couple from outside. Atherton now gets it up top. Smithy not quite able to get it. I don't know that she's connected on one from outside just yet. She's felt pretty composed going up for it. You can tell she likes the looks that she's getting, but just hasn't been able to actually convert that yet. Sarah Turner on the run here. Now out, trying to get it to Lynn.
Oh, big contact there in the inside, and that is the cost of taking a hard fall. She had to fall into the doors there earlier. Just lots of contact there, very shaken up visibly there.
Turner trying to hustle her way back, right? You see the ball with the other team. It's time to fly, and does that. But then as Acosta starts moving to the side in order to work around a defender, just that kind of contact that you sometimes see here. Acosta, though, looks like she's really hurting and does hit the bench. I would say senior leader feels a little less meaningful in this game when your entire starting lineup is seniors, but definitely one of the engines that truly makes this team go, and is going to stay on the bench for the moment. Number 15, Jocelyn Santos checks out. The sophomore Abby Carlisle checks in. 6-point margin, 4:27 left in this one. Rosario with it on the far side. Lynn now surveys.
Lynn still looking for an option, but can't find anything. And there's Atherton again. Finds
Smithy is
Smithy.
free if she can get it. Just in her head on that shot. It feels like you can see the frustration on her face. She's playing as hard and well as she can, but sometimes just trying to get that first shot to fall can lead to that extra pressure. Up from outside, rattles around and then out. Atherton gets it and is on the run. Almost picked there by number 0, Danny Lawson. Scoops it, then almost gets it over for the and one chance. And all of that said, heading to the line for 2.
Number 2, Lynn.
Atherton, the first is to the left. 3:46 left here. 6-point margin. Eagles with the advantage. And misses both, but Carlisle comes down with it. Atherton from outside, and Gets 3 instead of 2.
Missed the first 2, said, okay, hang on, let me make up for that, and I'll get a little bit more, a little bit of interest on those free throws.
Bushnell now going, trying to work through the pressure. And is going to end up with the foul there. 26-17, 9-point game, 3 and change remaining. Took a dribble, thought about it, and fighting for the ball are both teams. The jump ball will stay with the Eagles. Gina Clark checking in for Abby Bushnell. 9-point margin. Atherton dribbling into traffic immediately. Finds Smithy. Pulls up. Can't get it. Connor tries to save it. And they're going to call it bouncing on the line as she's trying to save it.
And good effort there by Connor. Full sprawl, spread eagle there trying to save that ball. Couldn't quite get enough on it to get it back inbounds, but still love to see that from Connor.
Yeah, and good effort. It feels like she hasn't quite put her mark on this game the way that she can sometimes. But with effort plays like that, you know it's a matter of time, right? That your moment will come to you if you're able to keep working. We'll see if that's coming up anytime soon here. Connor now surveys, drives, tries to get in. It's the deck again. Lynn now working, and
It's a
5 on 3.
5 on 3, sorry, yeah. And one opportunity there for Lynn.
26-19, chance at 20. And that's the awareness you have to have after Shiloh Connor hit the deck on her play. And then Abby was able to work past the defender. 5 on 3, you've got the numbers, you've got to move, right? You're down 9, you've got to take advantage of it. She does a good job of it there. Lynn buries it as well. Shiloh Connor has checked out of this one, and so some hard falls taken by both Caitlin Acosta and Shiloh Connor in the last couple of minutes. 2 of those core players for Lancaster's Eagles have been off.
Lynn. 4th personal foul.
And Acosta getting ready to
4th team foul.
check in. And Atherton up and down here. And Newport had a timeout already queued up with that one. 26-20, 2:19 here left in the third. And we've kind of seen that pendulum swing. Strong Lancaster first quarter, Newport second quarter. Lancaster starting the third quarter. Newport working their way back into this one here. Coming out of the timeout, they'll have the ball down 6, 2:19 left in the third.
Well, by that pattern, we're going to be seeing a very exciting into the game. If we can continue to see this, we might see ourselves within a 2-point margin by the end of this quarter, and possibly a very, very exciting finish to the end of the final quarter there.
Now, Coach Wheeler already had that timeout queued up, that he knew he wanted it after the free throw. What do you think he's telling his team? He clearly has something he wants to get to them. What are you looking at if you're him?
I feel like almost it's like an extended break, right? I mean, especially for Lynn there. She's been playing her heart out. She's been playing the entire game. I don't see her on the court right now, so maybe she's actually getting a breather at the moment. But, I mean, maybe you just want to give her a chance to sit down and relax. You have the free throws, so you're not exactly doing a lot. You're just kind of standing around waiting on those shots to be taken. And then afterwards, running back and taking the timeout. After, wow, what a defensive play there by Lancaster.
And Acosta is putting her body on the line in this game. You can see the pain in her face after some of these falls that she's taken. They announced Lynn with 4 fouls and then corrected that. It was supposed to be 14 fouls. I believe she's on 2, but it's also not a player that you want to see pick up anymore. And so possibly even just trying to stay alive to the 4th, deploy her more than something we're looking at. So both Connor and Acosta are back in after they've missed some time. Probably not, you wouldn't maybe call it an injury, but certainly been banged up in this game. Stripped, stolen, Acosta with a chance to finish. Gets it there, 28-20, just under a minute and a half left. Ava Morin is going to have to work her way through. Sophia Rosario does a good job driving, dishing, assisting with Sarah Turner's bucket responding for the Eagles there. Great composure and ball movement, even without your senior point guard and leader. So good work on that possession. Atherton doesn't get separated from the ball despite some good defense. Carlisle pulls up, looks like he got tipped. And Issa Gurley going up for it, trying to fight in the air for it. It's going to end up with the Eagles.
Yeah, she came down a little disappointed in herself. Wasn't sure why she wasn't able to get that. She obviously doesn't understand how that one might have slipped through her fingers.
And honestly, I mean, even when you just watch some of them standing next to each other at that inbounds play or something like that, giving up, some of those inches, right? She's not probably been listed as a center, right, on someone's scoring program. And so really just battling for it there. Newport gets it back, 42 seconds, pulls up quick, maybe a little too quick, but that's going to get tipped off of Vallejo's hands. 37.5 left, 6-point margin. Newport with the ball, down 6. Can they find a good shot here? Rosario to Morin. Morin surveys and gets it back.
Looking for something here, trying to find the open player, and they do in the corner. And a bank is good there
Banked
for Newport.
in by Gina Clark. We've seen a couple of these 8th graders on this Newport team playing above their age. 14 seconds left. Can the seniors of Lancaster get it? Knocked away by Turner. Smithy gets it with 8. And no foul is called. Eventually they're going to call a travel. 3.8 here.
An interesting thing to see if you're looking at the 8th grader Gina Clark. She's been playing very well considering she's an 8th grader right now. Just absolutely phenomenal. But really, what does that mean for a program such as Newport's? Whenever you have a couple 8th graders on the roster, you have 3 8th graders on the roster. Being able to have the confidence, and not only the confidence, but the ability to have an 8th grader on the roster and to give them playing time on top of that, that's huge to see for a program, the future of the program, being able to develop them further on as they continue to grow. Because I know personally, if you're going to play up a level, it forces you to play a lot better, and it can force you to develop a lot quicker than you normally would.
Yeah, and I think even with seeing all of these players not only getting token minutes, it's not just like, man, our players are just dog tired out there. We gotta put in like our 12th guy and just hope that we don't blow this. Like, they're really contributing. They're really adding something to this Seahawks side of things. 4-point game is about as close as we've had it in a second. 4th quarter, 8 minutes, 1 title on the line. It's all coming down to this for both sides. And it's felt like, and you mentioned this earlier, right? The Eagles have controlled the game, and it's been played on the Eagles' terms and all of those things. And I think that's true. I think that's accurate about this game. But it's a 4-point game, right? That for all of the control that stylistically and aesthetically and however else you want to label it has been exerted in this game, there is not scoreboard domination. This is absolutely anyone's game going into the 4th. And after Lancaster really handling Newport earlier in the day, you wonder if there's that sense of belief, right? Hey, this is our time, right? They got us last time. We're going to come back and land that knockout punch here in the 4th. And, man, it's going to be exciting here in the 4th quarter. It looks like we've got just about the same lineups out there. And Abby Lynn, again, not out there, tightening up a brace on her knee. Doesn't look like she's done for the day, but it is going to not be her play that will open up the fourth quarter for the Seahawks.
There's Smithy carrying the ball down the court. She's looking for an option, kind of giving Atherton a little bit of a break right now in terms of the point guard responsibilities.
And Banks can't get it to go. Connor now surveying. Tries to find a teammate. Gets it. And it's going to be a couple too many steps for Aaliyah Atherton.
Just a 4-point lead now for the Eagles. I mean, you really don't want to nurse it. You want to score as much as possible, but you're not really doing a whole lot in terms of scoring the ball. Newport has done well defensively since really the first quarter that we've seen. Very minimal mental lapses and just good discipline on both sides of the ball. Interesting to see what Lancaster's done well. They have controlled the game. They've made Newport come to them in terms of just style and everything regarding that. But Newport continues to make his presence known, even with the play right here on a steal.
Morin ends up with it after it was knocked away from Gina Clark. Swallowed up by Caitlin Acosta, but stays with Newport for the moment. Morin with the chance for three. Acosta hitting the deck and rolling there for it. Is going to get rung up for a travel, but if anything slows it down, as her attempt to save had ended up in the hands of Newport.
And I highlighted Connor's willingness to just really give effort today, but Acosta's been doing absolutely phenomenal in terms of effort. She's been taking hits left and right, ran into the doors, got absolutely pummeled near midcourt here earlier, and she's been diving for everything. It doesn't matter. But she's leaving it out on the court today. She knows that this is the championship game. This could possibly be the last game of her professional or even organized ball career, and she's not going to let this one go to waste.
Lynn checks back in, gets the foul right away. And Lynn and Bushnell back in. This is about as good of a lineup as Newport has. We see some players.
And even Lancaster as well.
We see Sophia Rosario and Sarah Turner that didn't start this game, but have been playing so well. This is about the A lineup. Lancaster has their entire A lineup in, with the exception of Leah Donan, and instead of Jocelyn Santos. Atherton now moving up two. Can the Eagles find the response? Over, running. Atherton knocks it away. Morin holds on. Lynn, the feed, the shot.
Oh, not quite. They're trying so hard. The game is about to get out of hand for both sides. They're both playing at such high pace. I'm not sure who's going to be able to keep this up. Atherton wincing after that scuffle near midcourt a moment ago. If they keep on playing with this intensity and this pace, something's going to give. It's not necessarily that the team's going to make a play, but somebody's not going to make a play, and then the team is going to fall through.
Bushnell getting rung up for her fifth, and so it's going to be Gina Clark that is going to see this one out. And we just talked about, in some ways, maybe the focus, Abby Lynn, but Abby Bushnell, good ball handler, has been able to relieve that Lancaster pressure and press by her dribbling ability. That's a big loss for Newport. And Atherton trying to work around, pulls up from deep, can't get it. The board here, now over, up, off, and sneaks it across the rim is Caitlin Acosta, and rolls up and in. 5:40 left in this. Eagles up 4.
Lynn again taking over the point guard responsibilities after an extended break here. She has been the Newport offense, really just the Newport team in general. Excited to see her back on the court, seeing what she can bring to this team, kind of energy she can bring as they find themselves back in a 4-point deficit.
Trying to dance through the defense, holds it on and ties it up. Probably frustrating for Newport to lose it. Crucial to tie it up it was about 3-on-1 if she couldn't get it. And because they retained possession on that jump ball, Lancaster gets possession of that jump ball, but not while moving, right? All 5 Newport players back inside the three-point line. They're fully set up. Acosta, in, out. Connor. And the board comes down. The 8th grader, Sophia Rosario, a big-time board. The shot, it's up, it's out. And trying to bank it in is Gina Clark, not able to get it. 4-point lead will maintain for the Eagles here as Acosta brings it up. 2 to her right, 2 to her left. Trying to feed Connor inside. Dances through, and they're going to push that lead out to 6. Morin now over to Lynn.
In the corner now. A little long.
Atherton to Acosta. And they're going to pull that one back down and reset.
It looks like Lancaster might be trying to get some time off the clock here. You have 30 seconds per possession at a minimum.
Vallejo gets it and turns. Atherton up. And inside.
Eagles basketball bounce.
Eagles stay with it. 27 on the shot clock. 3:55 left. Eagles up 6.
A rare miscue there from Atherton. She's been playing well this entire game, but just couldn't quite handle that pass.
And it's coming up 2-on-2, but not as much pressure as sometimes. Morin thought about it. Now back out to Abby Lynn. Rosario to her right finds the long pass as Gina Clark ends up with an open look but not able to finish it. 3.5, just under. Eagles up 6. Connor at the high post, little too deep on that. Morin cleans it up nicely. Little free safety going on there for her. Lynn looking.
Takes it herself, but no luck on the shot. Rattled out, but she'll find herself at the line. She's been doing well getting there thus far, but they do need these points in order to keep in the game. Again, Lancaster may be looking to start rolling this clock out. You get 30 seconds of possession. There's 3 minutes and 10 seconds left in the game. So, I mean, really, you can try and roll this out as much as possible, minimize Newport's possessions, and maybe they don't even have enough possessions to score enough points to win.
I think the thing you got to be careful of with it is that you can sometimes get so focused on the control aspect that with a little over 3 left, there's enough time that you want to make sure that even if you're starting to emphasize control, that you're most of all emphasizing good possession, good shot, good chance to score. That it's not quite yet the time to just go into that 4 corners kind of offense from back in the day. Connor works inside. Connor up and in, 7-point lead. Eagles pushing it from 4 to 7. Under 3 left in this one. Lynn trying to fight her way through contact. Morin over to Lynn. Good awareness. Can she finish this one herself? Looks around. And Turner with the board. Ends up with Rosario.
Possession stays with the Seahawks.
But is going to stay there after that jump ball. Leah Donan out, Abby Carlisle in a swap of the sophomores. Lynn finds Morin. Pulls up. Gets her own board, follows it up, hits the shot. 5-point game, 2:20 left in this one. And both sets of fans are on the edge of their seats. And that one is going to stay with the Eagles. Connor on the baseline. Up top to Abby Carlisle. Acosta fumbles it originally. And Shiloh Connor driving again. We've mentioned her name for effort plays but almost a double-edged sort of, man, you see the effort, but the production hasn't happened yet. It's hit in the last 3 minutes as she's really starting to put her mark on this game. Acosta now dribbling, facing the pressure of Lynn. Almost lost it there, able to spin out of it. Under 2 minutes left. 7-point lead. Eagles with the ball, trying to push this out, even to double digits if they can find it. Fires short. Can't get it. Newport calling timeout. 90 seconds left, 89 if we want to be precise. 3 possessions needed for the Seahawks here, and so every moment counts, every shot counts, every rebound counts from here on out.
And it's not like Newport's been taking bad shots here in the fourth quarter. I mean, they've had some really good opportunities. They've just been unlucky with how the ball's been bouncing. I think that they'll continue to work, continue to fight. Maybe they get lucky. Maybe they force a turnover. It's not like it hasn't happened so far this game. Maybe they find themselves a little bit closer as the game continues.
If you are Newport right now, I know you might not be drawing up a play every possession from here on out, right? Still enough game to play. But let's just say that you get into a half-court set, you got the play. Are you looking to go to Abby Lynn, probably your primary ball handler, as a scorer? Hey, find a way to get up a shot, find a way to drive, and put up a shot yourself, whether we're talking a 2 or a 3? Or are you leveraging that defensive attention on her, say, hey, drive, but this person should be here, kick it out to that open player? Are you looking more for drive and shoot or drive and kick?
I think at this point you just got to trust Lynn. She's been playing phenomenal. Whenever she does shoot, she's been shooting very well. But, I mean, trust her. If she's going to pass it, she's going to pass it. Her teammates are open, and they're taking good shots, and they haven't been wildly off just as of right now. I think that right now, keep the ball in her hand, have her create, and if she wants to take the shot, then she will, and if she converts, she converts.
And more of a man look than we've seen so far in this one. You can even tell with the press, they were lining up one-on-one instead of a zonal kind of look. And it's going to stay with Newport here. 1:21, 22 on the shot clock, 7-point lead. Lynn with it here, facing the defensive pressure. Swinging it around. That's the open kind of look you're looking for. Just a little bit short. It's hard to ask for much more than that out of possession. We're going to get down to 1 minute. Atherton finds Vallejo. Vallejo across to Acosta. Trying to dribble this one out.
And really just no rush here from Lancaster at all. They know what they're working with.
Almost bit him there, right? Lynn almost snagged it, and then the double dribble just got a little too focused on maybe the clock. 49 points, or 49-second game. Certainly not a 49-point game.
And it's a 3-possession game. You got a 7-point lead. You're going to need a lot here in order to continue on. We haven't seen Lynn shoot any threes yet. I don't know exactly how she is in terms of her 3-point percentage, but right now somebody's got to pop one.
Straight but short. Offensive board by Newport. Lynn gets it. Can she hit it? We're going to rattle that one in. Clock is running. And they're going to have to come up and foul if they're going to try to get out of this one. Almost cost them there. Got a little too focused on it. 10 seconds left. 5-point game. Multiple possessions. This one is going to finish off here after a hard-fought battle with a Lancaster Baptist Eagles victory. Incredible work by the Seahawks. They lost by about 30 earlier this morning to the same team. They came back and they battled and fought with 8th graders, right? Sometimes 3 of them on the court at one time, fighting their way all the way down to the 4th quarter. And yet the seniors of Lancaster Baptist are going to end up with the win here at their final tip-off tournament. Incredible game, incredible heart by every single player that stepped across the line in the court here. A fitting finale to the ladies' tournament here at this tip-off classic this spring. We've got a college men's game tonight at 6. We've got the men's high school finale at 8:30. It's going to be hard for either of them to top the level of commitment, the back and forth push and pull and counterpunch nature of this one here. incredible showing by both Lancaster and Newport in this game here. You can see how much it means to the various members of this team. A couple of them just almost tearing up as soon as that buzzer hit, you know, running over to maybe parents in the stands. And one of the benefits we have of being the home team here is that sort of thing is available for, you know, for many of the team members. And so, man, just a great finale to the ladies tournament here at West Coast. 36-31, the final score. Blake, it's been great calling it with you. I know that you're looking forward to catching some games later on tonight, not only as a commentator but as a fan. We never mind having you on the broadcast, but I appreciate you being willing to jump on and talk about some of the games we've seen so far today. And, man, 2 more excellent games coming up today. It's basketball season here in the Walther Center. Thanks for joining me today, Blake.
Thanks for having me. I hope everybody stays safe, drive safe if you are, and God bless.